Hey, yo, what's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. What's up? It's 11:35 in the morning. Oh, got some crud on my monitor here. Oh, a little bit odd. What is that? Anyways, hi guys. It's Sunday, 11:37 in the morning. 70 degrees in my house. It's January 25th, 26, January 25th, 2026. As you can see from the clock on the wall, 11:37 Sunday, 70 degrees, 125, 25, 26. Excuse me, 26. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Uh, I will be dropping off the big face and going to work now. Going to play some video games, and I believe we will start with Fallout 76. Let us go on Fallout 76 in Grand Theft Auto. Excuse me. Now, I am trying to. I bought last night expensive ships, and I need to go and look at them. Unassigned ships. Fleet 14, Fleet 16. Fleet 14 is Mimic, Memory of Prophet 9. 9 defense, and we have unassigned ships. I bought 3 Phoenix E's. This one's an 18 billion and it needs to sell ore, so we'll sell ore and then join the Mimic. This guy. Mimic Commander's Behavior Alpha. There we go. Then this Plutus Mineral Vanguard should also mimic Commander's behavior after. Oh no, I guess we can mimic Commander's behavior with Alpha. Then these 3 Phoenixes. I thought I ordered 5. I could have sworn I ordered 5. I don't know where the why. If we go and look at these and we zoom in, maybe this ship got sacked. But I think. Wait, no. The Phoenix E. Yeah. So I want you to just. I'm going to tell these 3 ships to. These 3 ships at the bottom, I want them to. No, stop this. Stop it. No. I want you to patrol. 18 or 18 billion. 18 billion. Yep, confirm. Patrol 18 billion. Patrol 18 billion. 18 billion. And then finally, yes, patrol. Yes, no, I don't know. Confirm. And then finally, we come back to you. Patrol 18 billion. Confirm. And there we go. We got 3 ships, 3 large mining ships. Don't care. Don't care about Minecraft. Don't really care about the burnt peanut. Definitely. I wish you wouldn't recommend that channel. The game is just Mario Party with beans. Nope. 2 Minecraft pros versus 1,000 hunters. Not interested. Steal a brain rot. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm not interested in Hightail. Sneaking into Roblox YouTuber videos. I don't care about that. That's weird. Don't let the zombies in quarantine zone. I play fake escape tsunami for brain rots. I really don't like queso. Get him gone. We found the scariest footprints in Minecraft. Go. I built a broken franchise in Madden 26. I don't care about that. I shouldn't have watched a Madden video. Terraria, not interested. So we have all of these ships. I want to go look at these unassigned ships, which are. Yeah, and I want you to look at this ship from the outside. Look at live stream view. Hells yeah. Much bigger ship. These things are set out to patrol 18 billion and make sure it stays safe. The Battle of Honeypot Hill from Soviet Womble. We spent overnight at the creepiest city in GTA 5. Not interested. The Rust story, Dragon Ball. Not interested. Not interested. Surviving hard mode on 99 Nights in the Forest. It's another Minecraft wannabe. Not interested. Playing as a baby mermaid in Minecraft. We lived on a stranded island in official Rust. Maybe. Everything new in Terraria. That's Wiljum. I do like Wiljum. Techie plays Fuse Machine. I don't care about that. Escape the mall and flee the facility. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. How I dominated my brother's Minecraft. That's a single multiplayer server. Hydra Dragon and Yin Yang. No idea, but it's some Minecraft shit, I'm fairly sure. I built a secret room to hide from Daisy.exe. The dangers of being famous. Not interested. I'm 100% playing this. I wish you wouldn't recommend this channel. I rebuilt an FCS school for 20 years in CFB 26. They designed this Pokemon to be bad. They failed. Not interested. I removed 99% of the chunks on the Lifesteal SMP. I don't know. Game over verse. I tested your impossible escape rooms. Can you beat RE Village in 4 hours without running? I don't care. Kill it with Fire 2 with Spencer. Not interested. Orbit must finish, please. Jinxie plays Cuphead for the first time. Nope. Afmau's big movie trailer. Minecraft. Nope. Roblox. Nope. This sweet old lady wants me to repair her, which is fucking weird. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Nope. 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 No more Minecraft. No more whatever the hell brain rot this is. And then, so look at this. There's like 2 videos that actually are my interest. And between these two, I'd rather see a Rust streamer that I don't know.
Was a naked down the beach, 80.
Jesus Christ, do you need to roll 4 deep? Are you that fucking pussy? Jesus Christ, man. It must be fun to roll 4 deep with 3 dudes all the time. What kind of fucking problems does that cause? Do you guys ever talk to women? Do you ever share? Is it ever just not insults and fucking problems? You couldn't pay me to be around 4 dudes again? That's not happening.
River.
There's a crocodile over there.
I think so, no. Oh, there is a crocodile.
They're all British, which is interesting. Going into Fallout 76. Yeah. And then, yeah, we're going in. We're doing good. Let's go to the main page and see if they can offer me something on the main page, because I don't think they can. And just check my streams and such. Yeah, good. They're looking good. Kill that one. Get on this one. Bring me into my channel content and come to the Twitch. Yeah, the Twitch is looking good. Okay. Now, Phoenix E is on patrol. Please? No, you're just. Keep this safe. The safe isn't just got any money. That personal vehicle has been destroyed. What up, you? Prospector Saloon Bundle, Don Pedro, Axolotl. Oh, yeah, I love this song. Oh, I need to rebalance my sound here. Back to 15 dB. 15, 14, 13. Check. Yeah, seems alright. Little quiet. I'm gonna go get it closer to me. Like, that's okay. It's a little loud. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Yeah, check. I'll drop you down to like 15. There we go.
I'll look into it.
So I need to address something with the AI, which is like, does GTA 5 Okay. I'm gonna ask the AI something. I don't really understand how passive income in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online works. Is it that you have to be logged in, or can you actually get money while you're logged offline? You must be logged into the game for them to produce money or goods. Oh, okay, so I have to stay logged in? You know, I'm not playing this game that much anymore, and I kind of want to lower the graphics settings if we're going to play it like an MMO. I don't know. We'll do this car wash and get the heat out. Up here. Why am I on a ladder? Get the fuck off the ladder. Give me this. There's a chopper chasing me. Nope, you missed, bitch. Sorry, overpass. This guy's kind of catching up to me, so I'm just gonna move. What are you gonna do, bitch? Where do I go? What are you gonna do, bitch? What the fuck are you gonna do, bitch? You can't do anything. Gonna rocket launcher his ass. He ran, a little pussy. Ooh. I can't believe how bad that guy was. Did you actually run? You did, huh? You fucking pussy. You ran. You fucking ran. You didn't have it, bitch. Fucking bad. Like, I got a helicopter on me. I knew immediately. I almost got him, too. I should have waited a second longer and fucking nuked his ass. I didn't even have any armor on. Gonna have to do a bunker mission. Nope. Goddamn menu. Alright, let's run more armor. God damn it. Get up. Let's get some ammo too while we're at it. 31 grand. But I'm at 1.5. Just gonna get ready for any aerial interference, because these guys seem to be trifling. Yeah, there's another guy that's kind of tracking me too, which is annoying. I don't know why they give you the minimap at all. They shouldn't. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Give me that. You gotta fix that. Oh, my phone is ringing. Excuse me for just a second. Might get blown up here. Hello? Yeah, I can. What's up? Yes, I have 6 and 7, but that stick only has, I think, 32 gigabytes on it, and those 5 seasons were 28. So if you're ready, I'll delete the last 5, or if you give me a different device, I can put 6 and 7. But I ran out of space. I have a permanent backup of these files, so it doesn't matter what we do. I do. I'll come and get it. Yeah. Bear with me. I'm sorry. I need about 2 minutes, but I'll be up there. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. I don't know. I'd have to check the calendar. One sec. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, just tell me. Uh-huh. Okay. No problem. Pepsi, litter, and ice. Thank you. Yeah, Pepsi, litter, and ice. No problem. Okay, Pepsi, litter, and ice. I have to finish this. It'll take like another 2 minutes something. But I'll be up there in just a few, okay?
Should we run?
Oh, yeah, the phone wouldn't hang up. Hold on. Sorry. He's like getting water in his face. He's like, God, I wish I didn't break the windows. Let's go see if there's some kind of nasty agua back over here. Wait, oh, I'm on the... Oh, so apparently it takes you to different parts of the mall? I guess it does. Because the... Yeah, where is... Why can't I run? Ugh. Go home. Gotta get this car wash done. Somebody on a chopper nearby. Somebody laying weight right there. Might have to actually fight him. Is he looking at me? I'm just gonna get out for a second. Please pull this weapon. Please pull this weapon. Please pull this weapon.
Hey, there are other people trying this
Motherfucker. I'm not taking the risk. Please move. Jesus Christ, this car sucks. I thought he was looking at me. I'm sorry, I did. Fucking annoying. Go, go, go. Ooh, ooh. What? Okay. I didn't want to punch his ticket. I just, you know, he really looked like he was looking at me. I didn't wait for him to fire a missile at me. I just killed him. I think he was looking at me too. I don't know. He might have been AFK. I don't care. Oh, guy on a helic. Two guys. Oh. fucking with me? I'm not firing on you. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Get the fuck out of my way. Nice, I made it. Yeah! Fuck off, I don't care about this. Let's go. Okay, I gotta step up. I gotta go help my mother in real life real quick. But it won't take long. Just gonna go home first. Money, any money. Yep, get out of this. Get out of this, 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 get out of this. Okay, first of all, we go, no, enable passive mode, I don't want to die. Then, we come in, we dump money. Nope. Cell phone. $38. Children of the Mountain. Deposit. 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 You currently have insufficient. Okay, so now what? Now we'll set the preferences for did the car wash. Now I want to go to the bunker. Bunker. Take me to a private thing. Okay, gotta go help my mom real life. I'll be right back, guys. Sorry. am dumping data. H. Scan the drive to fix now. Okay. Scan and fix. Sorry, guys. I had to do some real life stuff, and I still got a little bit more to do, but I'm almost done. Just gonna leave my headphones to charge while I do other things. Excess Dune loader parts, which is something I do need to do. I will pay for supplies as well. Okay, are we done? Yes, and this was H. Major crimes. 1 through 5. Delete. Okay, so on my G drive, no, on my F drive is Major Crimes 6. Oh, 1 through 6. How many seasons did Major Crimes have? Six seasons. Okay, so I'm not wrong. Copy. And then we're going back to my H drive. Paste. Okay, good. And then I open up my headphones. I don't know how long this will take, but just setting my mom up to watch some media. Loud. Sorry. Excuse me. Why am I over encumbered? 382 out of 316. Well, let's get a rest buff. Almost done with the weeklies, just gold star dailies. Scrap junk, consume any chems, that's easy enough. Eat a cake, pie, or candy. Ooh, nice, nice low-hanging fruit stuff. Well rested. So... 5 to cook. I'm done. Nope. Use. $5,400 caps. Oh, my vendor bot is broken for some reason. Let me out of this. Looking for... Oh, is that like why I couldn't take pictures? Might have been. Seasons, challenges, seasons. Ooh, 130 tickets. Nice, I got that Don Pedro. It was a good time, yeah. Dun 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 dun. Dual Vault Boy Lamp. Raider Fermenter. I've never owned a fermenter before. Can I make that now? Let's see. Let's go over here and stick down a fermenter. Utility services. Player buffs. I'm looking for resources, crafting, X4 known, armor workbench, chemistry station, cooking, power armor, punch, and tinkers, and weapons. But somewhere in here, that's a chemistry station, but I'm looking for... Reloading, Tinker's workbench, Tinker taxidermy station. Taxidermy station? Oh, it's a Tinker's workbench. Tinker's. So where is this Raider fermenting station? Fallout 76. What is the Raider fermenting station under in the build menu? A party poster. Wasted on Nuka Shine. There's a party poster. At any train station, there's supposed to be a party poster. Oh. Yeah. I can't find the poster for Wasted on Nuka Shine at the White Spring Station. So they actually put this in the store? I want that fishing lure rack. One more day. Damn it, it's a good deal. I wish I had it. Oh, party poster, okay. What is the party poster under in the build menu? Wall decor. Fraternity party poster. Goose driver. Wanted poster for Bottle and Cappy. Ooh, thank you. Rose room poster. Powdered poster. Painting. Wow, powered posters. They're powered? What do you mean powered? Claw, copper, glass, and steel, which I can make a lot of. So, paintings. Looking for the fraternity poster. What category is the fraternity party poster under? I have so many posters. Oh my god. Oh, Mobman or Sheep Squash ate my brother. Okay. What? Whatever. Is it the party poster? There it is. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see if it is, though. Is this the right poster? It's not there. Under miscellaneous. This is a miscellaneous quest. Is it a side quest? Miscellaneous, but I don't see miscellaneous. Oh, miscellaneous is in daily now? Okay, so, and then the other refuge daily, a refugee's guy, I want that gone. Okay. Gulper Horde. I'm going to some place. I don't see what they want me to see. Where is Davenport for this poster quest? Where is Davenport for this Fallout 76 quest? Sutton. Oh, talk to Davenport there. I think this is what I'm supposed to do. I really don't know. Fucking developers and their fucking ass clown fucking joke of quests that they do. That are not intuitive and really don't make any sense, and you don't know, you have no idea where to go, and it's so stupid. I hate developers so much. They waste my time so much. I really think most of them are fucking assholes. Like full-blown, like, shitty assholes with butthole crumbs all over their faces. Because, like, they're really shitty people. They waste your time so much. I hate them so much. I can't think of a company that doesn't do it. They all do it. Alright, so, okay, I have the music off. This is a very good place for the Fallout music. It's very fall and... What's my weight at? It's 308 out of 335 because of something. I don't know what, though. A lot of notes. I probably might have to go home again. Yeah, well, I definitely am overweight. I'm gonna have to address it. Just like I did in real life. Okay, let's go find out. Oh, I didn't realize there was honey on this tree over here. That's actually really good. Or glowing resin. That's like really good. My weight's down now for some reason. But I was sitting at 3. You said I was at 319. What happened? What is in my inventory that weighs this much? It's corn and water. All that stuff will sell. The camera film doesn't weigh anything. No, there's. Oh no, that's new. Yes, so spoiled biofluid. Just put it away. The mini nukes are heavy, but they're not bad. Purified water, but I'll sell. 18 recipes for tasty mutton meat pie for some reason. I'm gonna get rid of that. Dog meat steak. Oh, now we're capped. Those weapons, they don't really seem to sell. I'm gonna go get some water and cook. It is obvious that I kind of want boiled water. And it's a little annoying to do. You have to like go find a water source. I wish there was a water source near me, but I don't think there is. We'll go back to the oh, there's a collected water data holotape anyway, so I'll go do that.
I can tell we are gonna get along famously.
Oh, you're not worth my time. How are you doing?
Oh, doing good now. Give me my money. Yeah. Nice. 70K. $1.54.
How are you doing?
I won't rob you. This is my first instinct. But I won't rob you. Next, we go to the stash in the casino. Stash house.
Hola!
Hey, girl!
How is he not dead?
Where you gonna go nowhere? Yeah, we banging! Hey, you swab!
You piece of shit!
You've forgotten about the cars I requested. My friend, please. This
Oh, god damn, I'm on the highway now. Fucking annoying. Fuck, did you put it on the overpass? You did. So annoying. I don't know, man. I'd rather just teleport to the freak shop than deal with this bullshit. Okay, so lots more corn. Trying to monetize this corn to pull in some money each day, but I don't know. Don't know. So boil water, wood. Then gonna go cooking. Boing. Yes, then we go all drinks, boiled water. We're gonna make a lot of it. 52, that's better than nothing. Oh, I didn't come back. Oops. Shit, I forgot to come back. I gotta go back. I gotta bring something back. 76, huh? Yeah. Okay. Gotta pee. Sorry, guys, I'm coming back. I'm like, did that file open? Ooh, I want some milk. Commence drinking. I am gonna commence drinking Voodoo Ranger, bitch, on a Sunday afternoon, 1 o'clock, and all is well. What's up? Oh, I nudged my monitor here. So, what else? I am not DC'd, but I will be if I don't move.
What's up?
76 kicked out. No run. And there we go. X4. This guy, you're full. I want you to sell. So, I think I want to put you. Where else do you buy ore in this fucking universe? Where like, do you buy ore anywhere else? But there's no ore there. Oh well. Fallout 76, GTA, and X4. I came here because I want to do acid processing. I think I've got to replug these headphones. I think they disconnected.
I've never seen a crocodile in Rust.
Oh, there's a raft.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure if it's dead.
Grabbing
It ran
the
into the
raft.
water.
Yeah.
Duck swimming towards the crocodile.
Crocodile and
Oh, there you go. Ha!
Yeah, you need a paddle.
he's up shit creek without something.
Quite literally.
Drifting out to sea.
Oh, into the croc. It has a hole in it. Duck, don't look in front of you.
The croc.
Oh. Doesn't look happy about that duck.
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
Someone see where the croc is.
Yeah, we don't know.
Don't like this.
That's like 100 million years of evolution, dude. You're screwed.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I did shoot it a couple times, but it sounds like not enough.
So it's wounded and right.
Yeah.
Oh, he died.
Damn, shut up.
Oh dear.
Why are you guys getting owned?
So
You gonna
this
shoot
video
it
is
or
a bit
what?
different from my usual affair.
Oh, fuck.
Full
Bear.
size.
But listen to you in the wildlife.
Yeah.
Fucking wildlife won't leave me alone.
It must taste delicious. Normally, I simply
It must
live
taste
stream with my
delicious.
friends. We put up a server. We have a few laughs. Jesus! Boom, 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 boom. And then I cut the highlights together, usually out of context.
Did you like slather yourself in bacon grease?
But you see, recently, we played quite a bit of the game Rust, during which we had a lot of fun. Well, at least most of us did.
The tiger got me again.
Look at this
And
new
you see,
base.
there was this event that happened, which I think was really interesting, and it would just kill me to see it hit the cutting room floor. The hell?
Oh, duck He's meeting the local wildlife again.
More wildlife, Duck? What is it this time? An elk? Therefore, let me tell you a story.
There's an animal. It's a boar.
Get it before it kills Duck. Let me tell you about the battle for Honeypot Hill.
No!
You're getting eaten again. How many times is this? Now, for the non-gamers and for those who just lack the context, the game Rust is an open-world survival game that was part of the bow wave of similar titles that became popular after 2013, especially on PC. And it, like the others, involves players sharing a large open-world environment. This type of game has proved very popular. They are generally fairly easy to make, even for small development teams. On live streams, the content is generally pretty digestible. It's fairly easy to understand just by looking at it.
I want to show you a secret. Go in this room.
This is a new part of the screen.
What the fuck?
And a big draw is that you encounter other players and that those encounters are unscripted, unpredictable, and are often full of a
6 Aoka blasts. Click, 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 click. You're like, what? That was funny.
What the fuck?
And a big draw is that you encounter other players and that those encounters are unscripted, unpredictable, and are often full of adrenaline. What the fuck? For example, I don't know that player, but I can see that they're attempting to destroy the Bradley. It's a sort of battle transport with a bunch of NPCs that defend it. But you see, the nature of what he's doing means that he's had to make a lot of noise, which has attracted me. I heard him from miles away, and the game is set up to have that be the case. I have come over to investigate, and I'm simply observing him from a rooftop. Now, in this encounter, I could shoot him at any moment, or I could go over and help, or I could stay back here and shoot the NPCs. Instead, I am simply biding my time. Why? Well, because my weapon cannot harm the Bradley. I'd love its equipment if it's available, but it takes explosives that I do not have. So instead, I'm just going to sit back and let him do the work. And when the path to those good items is nice and clear, I'm just gonna, well, you know. Haha, I am clever and sexy. But of course, feeling smug, I rush down from my rooftop only to realize too late that I'm not the only guest at this banquet. Oh, shit, no. And that third player took the loot.
Virginia? The U.S. housing crisis explained using bananas, Monkey explains. This one's probably really good.
This is Uncle Don, and he's got a huge problem. See? Uncle Don's the leader of the world's largest jungle, but things don't seem too good right now for the average monkey. Young monkeys fresh out of college or working their first job can't afford their own homes. And rental prices aren't that much better either. Because of this, crazy numbers of young, eligible bachelor and bachelorette monkeys are forced to stay with their parents until they save a dragon's hoard worth of bananas in their late 30s or 40s, win the Powerball.
Did you pause it? No, you just froze or something? What? You did this last night. You're like freaking out. Oh my god. Just restart, you worthless piece of shit software cocksucker. What are you doing? We're not disconnected. You're just completely having a schism. You're so stupid. It's a fucking YouTube video. You can't even get that right. Just close it, you stupid, worthless piece of shit software developer. Fuck you. Fucking idiots. It's a YouTube video, you fucking idiot.
This is Uncle Don, and he's got a huge problem. See? Uncle Don's the leader of the world's largest jungle, but things don't seem too good right now for the average monkey. Young monkeys fresh out of college or working
so good right now.
Their first job can't afford their own homes.
Explains.
And rental prices aren't that much better either. Because of this, crazy numbers of young, eligible bachelor and bachelorette monkeys are forced to stay with their parents until they save a dragon's hoard worth of bananas in their late 30s or 40s, win the Powerball, or marry into a rich family. This is a big problem demographically. Why? Because it means hundreds of thousands of young adult monkeys are essentially being priced out of their own jungles. And without a place to call their own, how on earth are they supposed to settle down and start families?
190 out of 316, that's
You know,
better.
that thing that would be really helpful in staving off the population collapse all those scientists keep warning about. But the truth is, many simply can't afford the deposit on a home or earn enough to qualify for a mortgage. Such is the economy of 2025. And into this mess, Uncle Don proposes a solution: 50-year mortgages. Wait, what? Some monkeys praise this idea because it eases the immediate burden of monthly payments by stretching out the loan over half a century. And more young monkeys than you'd think are starting to see it as their only shot at ever owning a home. Others are, well, not too happy, especially when you run the numbers on who really wins and who really loses from this proposed change. But the real question is, how bad is the housing crisis really? And what does Uncle Don's 50-year mortgage proposal say about the future of young monkeys struggling to buy their first home? This is the U.S. housing crisis explained. So how bad are things, really? Let's take a look at how much a home actually goes for in the U.S. jungle right now. Currently, a nice little home is going to set you back on average between 500 to 550,000 bananas. Doesn't sound too bad, right? Especially considering the fact that the average household earns about 80,000 bananas per year. But don't forget that this number is with 2 banana winners, before taxes and before expenses. Expenses which are rapidly increasing because of inflation, tariffs, and other unprecedented happenings in our time. But when you take all of these together, you get an average saving rate of about 5%. In other words, about 2,000 bananas are saved per working monkey in each household every year. Now that we've got our numbers, let's play a game. Can you guess how long the average U.S. single monkey would need to save in order to afford a modest 15% down payment on an average home? Here are some options on screen. Take some time to play along at home. Go on, we'll wait about 3 more seconds until we show the answer. Time's up. Thank you for playing. So, they're all wrong. See, it would take an average single monkey, according to 2025 income statistics, 37.5 years to save enough for a down payment on a home. And this is without student loans, but that's for another video. That's literally insane. To put that into perspective, that means that most monkeys would only be able to afford their own homes as a single banana winner by the time they're in their late 50s. And with plummeting job openings all across the jungle.
When I hear this stuff, I'm like, I'm so glad that I didn't try. I'm so glad that I didn't fall for any of this stupid shit. I didn't chase any of it. I just didn't do it. I was like, I can clearly see that this is a futile venture. Futile. Now, some of my friends managed to do it, but I don't like futile ventures. I'm not stupid. Some of them have kids in the house now because they tried so hard, but I still think it's a futile venture. I think they're going to lose their house. I mean, it's shitty. You know, I'm being honest. I think they're going to lose it. I think all my friends are going to lose their houses. It's insane, including me. I'm living like that. I'm living like this is the last days. You know, it's weird. And
it's safe to say not every
yeah, like, I'm glad I didn't try. As shitty as that sounds, I know it's loser talk, but I just didn't do a cubicle job all of my life. I didn't go in debt to buy a house. I didn't lose it in some housing crisis. I didn't break my back like working for some other person. I did work for others, but I mean, like, I was an independent contractor by the age of 33, and I wasn't willing to work for anybody else ever again. And I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. You know, I did work for other people for the first, 20 years of my life, from the age of 13 until I was, 33. But then it changed, and I was like, I'm not working for someone else. I'm not being a slave for somebody else. I'm not making somebody else's house richer with my work. I'm going to do it for myself. I'll steal to eat if I have to. I'll live on the streets if I have to. I'm not trying. I'm not doing this stupid-ass shit. I'm not some fucking pussy that likes to drink the milk when it goes sour. I'm just not like that. It's And, you know, some might think that that's loser talk. Like, oh, you didn't try and get a wife. You didn't try to get a house. You didn't try to get money or assets or anything. No, I didn't. I'm a loser who never did try to get those things because I knew it was fucking futile. I watched my mother, who worked all of her life, I watched her lose her dragon's hoard like twice. She's declared bankruptcy. I watched her lose her dragon's hoard that she worked so hard for all of her goddamn life twice. And I had a fear of success after I watched it the second time. I watched her lose her 5th house. And I was like, Jesus Christ, there's no reason why I should try in this climate. There's no reason. They'll just jack you. I'm sure the boomers in my channel probably agree with me now that they've been losing houses to mortgages and problems and shit and divorces and you know and problems with kids and like stuff that Begon's facing and shit. I'm sure they begin to understand that I actually did do it correctly. I played it correctly. I wasn't a slave for somebody else. I didn't enter a relationship where somebody was dependent on me. I don't have kids because I know that I can't even barely support myself. You know, it is weird. You could call that being a pussy or in a hikikomori or whatever. I call it seeing the signs of just reading the writing on the wall. I call it understanding what's clearly evident. I hold these truths to be self-evident that you can't own a home. They'll just take it. You can't have kids. You don't have the money to support them. You should get an abortion. Like, you know, like we're overpopulated. There's 10 billion people on the planet. There's not enough food to feed us all. That's why the prices are so high. The prices are high because of the middlemen too. We don't control them. We don't stop them in any way or fucking form. I am very happy with the choices that I've made. I don't have a lot of I know a lot of my friends have terrible loathing and self-loathing and stuff because they never tried or they never succeeded. I tried. I did well. I tried to be things. I did things. I own things and I own a home. I don't think that the current society is economically feasible. And I'm glad I didn't try. It's fucking crazy.
Monkey has a 9-to-5 paying the bills.
Yeah, but I won't do that. No, I'll play video games because I actually want to do that. I don't want to work a 9-to-5 so that other people like my kids or my wife can have a nice life or whatever. I'm not a fucking slave for other fucking people. It's something that everybody needs to pitch into. I did since I was a child. Since I was a child, I have helped my parents. I did it all my life and I'm doing it right now today. Like since I was a child, I've helped my parents like move houses around and take care of pets and just help them with upkeep, drove them places when they were sick. It didn't matter what, you know, whatever it was. It took my mom to the hospital. She takes me. So it's like, you know, all my life I've been there for these people and shit, but I don't want a reality where there's like, you know, a wife and 3 kids and a house and a dog and a mortgage all dependent on one person, me, not having PTSD, not having problems, not being crazy, not being a drug addict, not being a drunk, not being fucking all these things that a normal person is. Like I'm all those things. Does it sound like I should have the responsibilities of 3 kids, a wife, a mortgage, a house, and a 9-to-5 job? No, I'm not that type. I'm not that personality. I never have been. I'm the guy up in the hotel room smoking drugs with the dealer. I'm not that guy with 3 kids and a wife and a cubicle job. I'm just not like that. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not like that. And I'm very proud that I didn't do this. Most people are like, oh, there's a loser who's on a stream 14 hours a day with no wife and no kids and no life and no money or whatever. But it's like, Jesus Christ, I'm happy though. That's the difference. I don't have I don't have the inability to take care of those things. I just don't have those things. So I'm actually okay. I'm doing pretty good. And I think by my choices, they appear like loser choices to all the people who subscribe to the rat maze, you know, to the rat race. I don't subscribe to the rat race. I never have.
But what about opting for smaller down?
Even when I was a kid, I pulled out, you know, I watched a movie recently about, oh God, what is it? Dr. Strangelove, the director is Kubrick. I watched a thing about Stanley Kubrick a couple of times because it's a pretty good documentary about all the life of Stanley Kubrick. And there was this hilarious thing that he did when he was a kid that I did too, where he like convinced one of his best friends one time to just do his homework when he was sick. And when the guy did it once, Stanley Kubrick just had him do all of his homework for all of high school. And when the guy asked him, he was like, why don't you do your homework, Stanley? He was like, I just don't care to do it. I don't do busy work. I have much greater things to do than that. I always have. It is weird. I don't do busy work like that. And yes, I convinced my friends to do my homework too. I did so many of my main lessons books were like, let me copy your main lesson book. And they were like, well, you won't learn that way. No, I won't learn that way. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot who just thinks that video games and drugs and music and my life are so much more important to me than homework and school and jobs and problems and people being dependent on me and all this. I'm sorry, but I just don't have that. I don't have that in me.
Payments.
Some people are wired differently. That's me. I've never been a fucking normie.
The smallest available to buyers right
I've
now.
never been a normie when I was a kid. When I was like 12, they had serious disciplinary issues with me because I was staying up all night playing Super Mario Land under the covers in my bedroom, and my parents knew. They were trying to stop me. They'd come in every couple of hours and check until like 2 a.m. and they would bust me. They'd be like, Jesus Christ, you're under the covers with some kind of Game Boy light playing fucking Super Mario Land. Don't you care about having school in 4 hours? And I'm like, no, I don't care now, and I never will. And I did fail. I did fail high school. I failed the 8th grade. I failed middle school. I didn't even fail I definitely got expelled in my senior year because I am a loser like that. It's weird. Nobody's ever treated me like that, but I am a loser like that. I failed the 8th grade and I was expelled from the senior year, from my senior year. And now I did graduate and move on, and I did go to college for some years. But but I still, but I'm still a loser who failed the 8th grade and fucking got expelled out of my senior year. And this is because I just don't do shit that I don't want to do, like 8th grade homework or problems or bullying or poverty. I live in a digital realm of video games where that stuff just isn't a problem. I'm sorry, but poverty and problems and social pressures just don't happen to you when you're playing Super Mario Land. It's just when you're playing, Grand Theft Auto, they just don't happen to you. Real life problems don't happen to you when you're playing Grand Theft Auto. So what did I do all my life? I played Grand Theft Auto all of my goddamn life because it's like, I know that your shitty real world problems don't affect my fucking life in any way. I'm not some fucking tool that's a fucking like blown over what's that shit that the boomers talked about? A candle, not a candle in the wind, not like a candle in the wind, but blowing in the wind, right? Blowing in the wind. Yeah, I'm not gonna be blown in the wind all of my life like my mother. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not been. Yeah, there's been poverty and drug addictions and homelessness and living on the streets, but I'm still not blowing in the wind. I'm not blowing in the fucking wind. I'm not candle in the wind. I will be strong at the age of 90. I know I will because I didn't subscribe to this stupid ass shit. Fucking monkeys and their rat races.
3.5%, which should make it easier to afford a house, right? Well, it's not that simple.
There's this thing that my friends used to do, and I know that there's only one other fucking group that used to look at the world like this, and I know where my friends got it from. They got it from Something Awful and Totse and shit. But my friends, they used to call other human beings monkeys. And my favorite monkey quote is from Hobson. One monkey see another monkey eat shit. Now he want to do it. One monkey eats shit. Now one monkey sees another monkey eat shit. Now he want to do it. And that's literally that's like the state of the human race. That's the meaning of life to me. Is one monkey eats shit. Now another monkey wants to eat it because he saw some other human eat shit, or some other monkey. And my friends, for like 20 years, they called other human beings monkeys. It's this elitist, like, internet thing. But then when my best friend got into geocaching when he was like, I don't know, 24, 25, something like that. That was like 20 years ago. And we learned that the people uninvolved in geocaching who don't understand that you're geocaching might call the cops on you. We call them muggles. They're uninvolved humans who don't have any idea what magical game that you're playing, like geocaching or something, and they're dangerous to you. And that assessment of people is how I look at human beings. They're kind of dangerous to you. One monkey eats shit and another monkey wants to. One monkey sees another monkey eat shit, so now that monkey wants to, and that's the state of the human race for me. That's what poverty and bank poverty and losing houses and mortgages are and shit. One monkey sees another monkey eat shit, and now that other monkey wants to eat shit too. And I'm sorry, but that's how I view all of this rat race stuff. It's like I've never subscribed to it. I've never needed it. When I was homeless on the streets, not a lot of people felt fear for me because they began to understand that I was there on purpose, that I chose it, that I knew I wasn't gonna play their fucking game. I'm not down to play their fucking monkey games. They're monkey ball, monkey shine games. I'm not of fucking rental crises and housing crises and stuff. I don't play Super Monkey Ball with F-its. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I just don't. I don't play Super Monkey Ball with housing crises or rental crises or any of this stupid ass shit. I'll probably have a drug addiction, but I'm not playing Super Monkey Ball with these fucking F-its and these suit dummies. I'm not fucking doing it, and I'm proud that I never did.
Because of mortgage payments.
A lot of people in my stream, I think, even would probably look down on it. I think they'd be like, "Oh, you never had anything. The only thing you've ever had is a fifth wheel. You've never had a life or a wife or I've had relationships, but I've never had like anything really because I don't try." Yeah, I'm not playing your shitty monkey ball game. I'm not doing it. I'm not playing monkey ball with you. I know how dumb the rental crisis is. I just don't subscribe to it. I'm sorry. I've never been like I've lost apartments as my as they were sold out from the landlords sold them and stuff. But I've never been a victim of any of this stupid monkey shit except for the drug war. That's it. The only thing I've ever allowed myself to be victimized by is the fucking drug war. The rest of the Super Monkey Ball bullshit, I'm not fucking doing it.
We'll cover that.
This whole monkey thing, you think it's like he's coming up with something original. But no, for fucking 30 years or something, my crew and the Bored Ape Yacht crew and all these elite fucking internet people that grew up on Tatse.com and shit, they call other human beings monkeys because that's what they do. They chase bananas all day.
Later, but for now, we gotta look
at don't they? Money is their god now. The Bored Ape Yacht Club knew it, and we did too. It's like money's their god now, and all the monkeys do is chase bananas. They think that that's the meaning of life. Bananas, money. They think that having money is the meaning of life. You're fucking stupid. The meaning of life is sitting around laughing at some other stupid monkey, picking the bugs out of your fucking fur, jacking off and eating chicken. That's what humanity actually is, or eating fucking vegan food, whatever you're into or whatever. But eating bananas, whatever, right? It is the chase of bananas if you think about it. Like if food is actually food, if bananas is food, then it is the chase of bananas. But there's so much more to life than fucking 9-to-5 cubicle jobs with 2.3 kids and fucking 5 houses and shit. I'm sorry, there's more to life than that.
Picture. When monkeys choose a small deposit, this means that the amount taken out as a loan is going to skyrocket, especially with interest. So you pay less now, but pay exponentially more over the next 3
For eons, right? Eons.
Decades. For the average working monkey, they're caught between bad and worse options. Opt for a small down payment, then suffer for 30 years with high monthly mortgage payments.
That's what my mother did 3 times, 5 times, I think. Like 5 times she did this. And they fucked her all 5 times. And I was just like, that sucker's game you're playing with house ownership? Yeah. Yeah.
Or slog for potentially...
That sucker's game that you're playing, it scares me. And I'll make comments like that to them, and they're like, Jesus Christ, you just cut right through to the fucking bone, don't you? And I'm like, yes, this sucker's game that you're playing, the rental crisis, it's for suckers. I'll just say it to their face. I'll say it to your face. It's a sucker's game. Why the fuck you would ever play it is beyond me. If you didn't know it going into it, you're a fucking idiot. I don't know what you do in the meantime. You need a house. But I mean, you can't buy a house. That's a worse game. That's a worse game than being homeless.
Decades to save up for a larger down payment.
When you're homeless, you don't have any responsibilities, and nobody like banging on your door, calling you with with creditors looking for their money and shit. It's like it's a lot easier being homeless.
So compound interest doesn't eat you alive. But in comes Uncle Don with his 50-year mortgage proposal, which again sounds good, until you take a look at the numbers. But here's the thing. You might not even know about this proposal from Uncle Don because of the lack of coverage on both the left and right. Especially considering that left-leaning coverage of the issue is less...
He's going to do an ad here. It's an ad for, an ad for, what's it called, Ground News.
On the right, articles like these frame the proposal...
No, even if it is animated, I don't care.
I mentioned. Let's take a look at this nice little mansion on Apestein Island, going for about 1 million bananas. Nice sea view, quiet and isolated, but for some reason sees a lot of famous visitors. Anyway, with a normal mortgage plan at industry average interest with 20% down payment, this would result in about 5,000 bananas per month in mortgage payments. Not too shabby. But with Uncle Don's plan, this monthly mortgage would drop to just around 4,300 bananas. Sounds pretty good, right? Especially in this economy.
To rich people.
Who wouldn't want 700 extra bananas to spend in disposable income every month? It does sound good on paper, but the problem rears its head when you factor in compound interest. See, in our standard mortgage plan, the total cost of the home
Wisman
would come up
3.
to a total of 1.8 million bananas after 30 years. But if we go with the 50-year mortgage, the total value of the house balloons up to 2.8 million bananas. Essentially, you're paying a couple of hundred bananas less month to month, but you'll end up paying 1 million bananas more over the course of 50 years thanks to compound interest. Monkey doesn't know about you, but that sounds less like owning the house and more like the house owning you. But that's not all, considering that most average monkeys start working the moment they graduate. This would mean monkeys still paying off their loans on their homes well into their 70s. But at least they'll have a home of their own, right? Well, it's complicated. Because for one, Uncle Don's proposal does genuinely lower monthly mortgage payments, which could let some buyers finally qualify for a mortgage, even if that mortgage would see buyers paying off their houses well into their senior years.
70s and 80s.
So yes, this actually does help in some way, and actually appeals to more monkeys than you might think. We'll get back to that later, but when you consider all the other downsides...
You know, ass-breaking poverty all of your life as you pay off your mortgage. That does appeal to some idiots.
This proposal might not...
They're like, at least I have a house. And it's like, yeah, you do have a house, but you spent your entire life making the house possible. At that point, why not buy an acre of land and build a tiny house? You know, go down to Costco and buy Costco is selling houses now. Have you guys seen Costco houses? Let's go look at Costco houses, right? This shit is like $12,000, right? It would be way cheaper than paying a mortgage to just buy an acre of land, drill a well, and like, you know, it would be cheaper and fucking put up a Costco house. It absolutely is. Like, there's the $3,000 tiny home, Costco tiny home. You know. Like, yeah, like it would suck to live in this house.
This video was
it would suck. It would suck. It's so small, but it's $3,000. It's better to do this and be completely debt free the first year than it is to sit and ride the mortgage for 50 years. It's better.
Costco, they got tiny homes, guys, for almost $3,000. Check it out now. Head to your local Costco's and buy one now.
Look at that smile on her face. She actually liked it.
Welcome to the future of foldable housing. Welcome to CMAX System.
So dope.
Introducing the CMAX Foldable Mobile Housing Unit, designed
it's mobile
to offer versatile and portable housing solutions for any situation, creating innovative, durable, and easily transportable housing units. Welcome to the future of foldable housing. Welcome to CMAX System.
Yeah, so, and that's the future. It's like you're going to live in houses like that because the mortgage slavery thing, until we topple the rich white man, the mortgage slavery thing is their whole rat race. That's like their rat race, is getting you to be a matrix battery in their fucking rat race of mortgages.
Seem like the best way to go. Because remember,
they farm people, and until we actually topple them, they're going to continue to fucking farm people. And if you've ever been a victim of them, you're going to continue to be a victim of them. They're like rapists that don't stop. They just have their hand in your fucking pocket.
Housing prices we talked about earlier in the video? Yeah, they've been constantly growing for decades. And it's pretty clear the housing market just keeps getting worse and worse for first-time buyers. Throw 50-year mortgages into the mix, and it balloons the lifetime interest paid per home. So the average family ends up
I got a $9 nose trimmer. It's the wall something or another nose trimmer. I can't remember the name of it. And my nose is so much better. I didn't know how bad my nose fur was until I didn't chop it for a couple of years. And thank God I can like breathe better and stuff. I had too much nose hair.
Offering hundreds of thousands more bananas to banks and other lenders over their lifetime. See, for banks and investors, this is a massive win.
But my nose is so much less
Why?
ishy.
Because shifting to a 50-year mortgage lowers the chances of buyers defaulting in the short term, while they keep cashing in on interest payments flowing in for basically the rest of a buyer's lifetime. But that's not all. Because these loans are paid back so slowly, buyers build equity, basically actual ownership of the home, at a snail's pace. That means monkeys can spend decades paying and still barely own any of the house. And if home prices ever stop rising...
And then you get your ulcer that causes a stroke, or the hemorrhoids that cause a stroke, or the kids who cause a stroke, or the wife who cheats on you, or the husband who cheats on you, and you stayed at home and you were a stay-at-home mom, and he was out like earning the bacon. So all this other shitty shit that happens, right? And it's just like, why did you guys think that was a valid plan?
Or worse, start to fall. the market value of the home can end up close
And
to...
on top of it, rich people aren't perfect, so markets fall all the time. And then you're like the grist in their mill. You're like, you know, you suffer because their whole system comes crashing down.
Or even below.
It's kind of comical to me. I think of all the lemmings in the world that subscribe to this, like my mother, and I'm just like, oh, poor lemming. I'm sorry. That cliff is right there, and you're about to step off it, aren't you? You're gonna willingly step off that cliff for a mortgage, aren't you?
Oh, what they still owe, even after all those years of payments. It's just like walking up a painfully slow escalator that suddenly
that suddenly starts sliding you down. It's that Sisyphean like thing.
Starts going backwards. Your steps are so small.
Sisyphus is this old Greek, you know, legend or Greek fable about Sisyphus rolling the boulder up the hill in hell, and Hades makes it so he can't actually successfully roll the boulder up. He just continues to try and roll the boulder up for the rest of eternity, and he's promised to be able to leave Hades if he manages to finally roll the boulder up, but he just rolls that boulder forever. And Sisyphus is exactly what this shit is. It's like Sisyphus. You roll that boulder up to the point where you just die of a stroke. You don't actually ever reach the top of the hill. You just die of a stroke or alcoholism or a slow fat alcoholism death. I know, because I'm living it. I'm fat and I'm an alcoholic, and it's a slow death. And I don't even have, I have a house. I don't think a lot of these people do. It's weird. I have a house.
That one bad turn in the market can wipe
because
out.
I bought a $40,000 house, you know? I was just like, I'm not going to, like, here's the only money I've ever had. I'm going to buy a house with it.
Thought you were making. And finally,
and I'm only able to do that because my mother owns land. You know, I'm only able to do that because my family owns things. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have this, and I'd be talking to you from a cell phone, like in the back of a coffee shop.
Mortgages also let monkeys borrow more, which means they can show up to the same tiny pool of houses with bigger approved budgets. In a market where we're not building enough houses to begin with, that extra buying power doesn't stay in your pocket. It just inflates housing prices further. Again, it's just supply and demand.
Yep.
If the number of homes stays the same, but demand grows because mortgages look easier, prices go up. It's like giving every bidder at an overcrowded auction more bananas to spend, but never adding more paintings. So yes, on paper, 50-year mortgages, quote, fix the monthly payment problem. But they do it by stretching your debt across almost your entire adult life, juicing bank profits and likely nudging prices even higher. Put simply, the 50-year mortgage only treats the symptoms, specifically your monthly payments, and not the disease, which is that we don't build enough homes to begin with. Hell, the fact that we're even debating 50-year mortgages is a symptom of how broken the housing system already is. And here's the craziest part. A recent survey of 1,000 monkeys found that 45% said they'd consider a 50-year mortgage if it existed, and that figure jumps to 54% for millennials aged 29 to 44. Young monkeys aren't dumb. They're cornered. They're staring at rising home
the audience
prices,
is not dumb.
Non-existent savings, shrinking job opportunities, and thinking, if this is the only way I ever get a foot in the door, maybe it's worth it. And when the next generation is already willing to sign up for what is practically a lifelong debt just to get a shot at owning their first home, that should raise serious questions about the jungle's future. Not just about this one mortgage proposal by Uncle Don, but about the entire system that makes it sound reasonable in the first place. And of course, these are just some of the concerns raised about the proposal, but it's pretty clear by now there's more to this than you'd think. And we haven't even talked about how inflation is going to affect a 50-year loan. But inflation is Pandora's box that's best saved for another video. Look, Monkey believes if there's one silver lining to this whole 50-year mortgage stunt, it's that Uncle Don has inadvertently said the quiet part out loud. The housing system is broken. And perhaps, now with more attention on the problem, we'll be able to spend more bananas and energy building homes, fixing zoning, and supporting the next generation. Instead of just, inventing longer ways to stay in debt. So if any monkeys are confused, just remember that this is a simple explainer of the US real estate crisis. Please do not sue Monkey. And a huge thanks to the many members of the Banana Republic for generously bankrolling and funding these videos.
In the 1980s, there was one man who towered over every other comedic actor. But today...
Ooh, new hysteria.
Secondhand smoke kills more than 600,000 people worldwide every year, according to a new study. It's all lies. It's what the left does.
What?
Lies about our light bulbs, lies about global
Lies
warming,
about
and
the
now
light
lies
bulbs.
about
Lies
this.
about the light bulbs.
An express purpose.
What have light bulbs got to do with it?
Light bulbs and low flow
controlling
toilets.
people's lives.
Oh,
But they use a lot of water and a lot of power. Yeah, he's mad at the LED light bulbs and the low flow toilets because he's like, oh, the toilets don't work and the light bulbs are too dim. Yeah, because we waste we waste too much. We have 10 billion people on the planet. If all 10 billion of them use light bulbs and water, we won't have light bulb. We won't have power or water.
A guy that
So we do low flow light bulbs and LED lights, you fucking idiots.
flunked out of college after 2 semesters, who's been going over the...
Yeah, that's me. I bombed out of college after 2 semesters. I'm sure they'll say that about me too. Wow. I didn't bomb out of college. She asked me to write she attached a paper about the identity of my family. And I was like, no. And she was like, this is the paper. I have to fail you if you don't write it. And I was like, I'm not talking to my family. And she was like, but... And I was like, no.
Science.
And so I failed English, which got me a non-completion rate of 65%, I think it was. And so they bombed me out of college. But I had A's in most of my other classes.
Studies. I know what I'm talking about. Welcome to another episode of This F***ing Guy, the series where we pick one f***ing guy who has made America worse and explain why they
You ever get marginalized by something really small all the time?
suck. I'm Erin Ryan, host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
And I'm Alyssa Mastromonaco, the
This
other
guy
host
gave
of Crooked
me
Media's Hysteria
how much
podcast.
caps?
Happy
I don't know,
2026, everybody.
We're kicking off the year with a real piece of shit.
Former piece of shit.
No, he didn't improve as a person. He died.
We're talking about Rush Limbaugh today, folks.
Did Rush Limbaugh die?
Before you raise your hackles about celebrating a death, just sit tight, because if you're not familiar
Wait, did
with the
Rush
sort of
Limbaugh
death
die?
celebrating...
Did Rush Limbaugh die? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. And another Sith bites the dust. And another Sith bites the dust. And another right winger, and another right winger, and another right winger bites the dust. We're all gonna dance when another right winger bites the dust. Okay, did Rush Limbaugh die? Yes. Oh, yeah. Hey, he did die like 3 years ago. Okay.
Limbaugh did on the regular. By the end of this episode, you'll be fox-trotting across Limbaugh's grave like you're in the Dancing with the Stars finals.
Yep, there's all these pill rumors and like neglecting his kids and drinking and abuse allegations and stuff. Let's go see. Let's go see. Look at the interesting shadows that are running on my face. It's actually beautiful. Look at the cool shadows on my face. It's awesome. I'm gonna go find my kitty. Sissy, lunchtime. And give her a few minutes to get down here. No. She's not gonna come home. Dun, 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 dun.
Cruelty and proud stupidity are Rush Limbaugh's legacy. Everything we're about to say about him today was hard-earned by him before he died of a disease he gave himself.
Rush Hudson Limbaugh III was born on January 12, 1951, in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. His first name, Rush, was a family name originally given to his grandfather in order to honor the maiden name of another family member, Edna Rush.
Wait a minute. Rush Limbaugh was named after a chick?
He sure was, as was his dad and his grandpa. Little Rush was born into a prominent Republican Missouri family. Now, this was before the Republican Party's only political aim was owning the libs, a term that actually can be partially attributed to Rush Limbaugh. Rush's grandpa was a big deal, a lawyer, state representative, and at one point, Eisenhower's ambassador to India. A historian who dug into Grandpa Rush's past found that he seemed like a legit...
I'm gonna go find my cat. I'll be right back. Annoying, but necessary. Sissy, you're not here, are you? Out there, kitty. Sorry, my cat's out there and it's too cold for the kitty to be out there too long, you know. I went to go find her. Sorry about that.
Legitimately okay guy, like a pillar of the community who cared about things like...
Stop.
Philanthropy. Rushed the patient trying to live with a severely...
Oh, did you skip it? Damn it, that's my fault.
It's a sparkly... given to his grandfather in order to honor the maiden name of another family member, Edna Rush.
Everybody.
We're kicking off the year with given to his grandfather in order to honor the maiden name of another family member, Edna Rush.
Wait a minute. Rush Limbaugh was named after a chick?
He sure was, as was his dad and his grandpa. Little Rush was born into a prominent Republican Missouri family. Now, this was before the Republican Party's only political aim was owning the libs, a term that actually can be partially attributed to Rush Limbaugh. Rush's grandpa was a big deal, a lawyer, state representative, and at one point, Eisenhower's ambassador to India. A historian who dug into Grandpa Rush's past found that he seemed like a legitimately okay guy, like a pillar of the community who cared about things like philanthropy. Rush I lived to be 104 years old and was still practicing law after his 100th birthday. Limbaugh's dad, Rush II, was a lesser version of his dad, a lawyer and former fighter pilot whose approval Rush was always chasing but never fully got.
According to Brian Rosenwald, who wrote a book about American talk radio, Rush's dad, Big Rush, was a prolific dinner table political pontificator. You know the type. The confident lecturer who is more interested in delivering a sermon than having a conversation.
Father knows best and won't shut up about it. Even though he worshipped his dad as a boy, Limbaugh didn't dream of the courtroom like so many of the men in his family. Instead, he was obsessed with the radio. His greatest ambition was to host a top 40 radio show with sound effects, goofy characters, and pranks on it.
Oh, the prank-loving boy to insufferable man pipeline.
Should be studied. Now, I don't believe that Limbaugh was really interested in radio per se. I think that he just saw it as a means to an end, and that end goal was getting as much attention as possible to make up for the attention his dad wasn't giving him.
Interesting. Go on.
Yeah, you know how we discussed in our Clarence Thomas episode how if Thomas had grown up under slightly different circumstances, he had the biography and personality of a serial killer?
Rings a bell. Tell me more.
Rush Limbaugh, in my opinion, simply wanted to do the least amount of work to get the most attention. I think that if Rush Limbaugh III had grown up during a different era, he wouldn't have been drawn to radio. He would have been a wannabe influencer, maybe an aspiring YouTube prankster, a Nelk boy, if you will.
Everybody's
maybe
using
he'd aspire to
bows
be on
for some
reality
reason.
TV. But lucky for him and that face of his, during his formative years, radio was a great way for an ugly inside boy to get famous. So that's what he pursued. At only 16 years old, Limbaugh's radio dreams began to come true as he got a job DJing part-time at a local radio station.
Only 16? Aaron, he must have been talented.
So I don't think he was so much talented as he had a dad who'd once been part owner of the radio station. Yeah, Rush Limbaugh III got his start in radio as a Nepo baby.
The spoiled rich boy to adult pretending to be a self-made man pipeline.
That pipeline also should be studied. After the first gig, Limbaugh would enter a bit of a bumpy patch. According to an unauthorized biography of Limbaugh called Talent on Loan from God, Rush spent 2 semesters in college where he failed just about every class before dropping out to pursue a career in radio. According to a profile published in Rolling Stone the day he died, titled, Rush Limbaugh did his best to ruin America.
What's a sparkly little obituary?
That's how you know your life was well lived, when your obituary headline contains an insult. Rush was fired from a series of radio gigs after Kanyeing out of college. The profile strongly implies that at least one of those firings was over the fact that he found himself a lot more amusing than the audience did.
In the story Rush Limbaugh tells about himself during these early years, he brushed up on conservative writings by the likes of William Buckley.
But we know that these fucking guys are usually full of shit. Observers note that what's probably more likely, given his complete lack of interest in anything but getting attention, was that Rush was not reading books, but rather doing a sort of 2-bit impression of his dad's dinner table rantings. This theory is bolstered by the fact that Rush Limbaugh didn't care much about conservative politics before he was making money yelling about conservative politics on the radio. He didn't register to vote until he was 35 years old.
What?
Phony. Life is
What? He didn't register to vote until he was 35? Are you fucking kidding me? This is why we get stuck with people like Donald Trump. Fucking jackass.
Wannabe radio
Fucking
clown from a lawyer
jackass.
family, but eventually Rush landed on his feet at a DJ gig in Sacramento, California, where he invented an entirely new kind of radio. It was part rock and roll, part theatrical sound effects, part racism.
It was during this time that Rush really ramped up the lib triggering that would characterize the rest of his career. And after a few years of flushing toilets and ranting about culture war issues, the Rush Limbaugh Show went national from WABC New York in August 1988. At the time, he boasted about 250,000 listeners and could be heard on more than 50 stations.
Now, why was he able to do this? And what contributed to the absolute explosion in partisan media from the late 1980s onward? Like many things that suck ass in America, this can be traced back to Ronald Reagan.
Yep, Reagan's FCC killed something known as the Fairness Doctrine in 1987. The doctrine had mandated that radio and TV stations provide equal time to opposing views. Without it, places like Fox News and people like Rush Limbaugh were able to run roughshod over American airwaves like kudzu vines.
And like the invasive species that blankets the American South, Rush's particular brand of brain rot would eventually take hold on an entire generation of Americans, displacing critical thought and facts
I've always wondered about the creep of the kudzu that's choking the South, and let's go look at that. The kudzu vine. Kudzu in the South, right? Yeah, the vine that ate the South, the terror and revival of kudzu. By Wendigoon, sold.
If you've spent any time in the American Southeast, you've probably come across this strange vine. And not just any vine. A vine that can devour entire hillsides and forests, as well as buildings and roads. A vine that is so feared by the local populace that there are stories of it not only destroying the local wildlife, but killing animals and even people that venture into its depths. For decades, mothers have warned their children about venturing into the Appalachian Green Inferno. And while the narrative persists that this plant is an invader looking to destroy anything that comes in its wake, I want to ask, is there more to the story? Hello everybody, today we're going to talk about the strange story of kudzu, aka Japanese arrowroot, aka mile a minute, aka the vine that ate the South.
Hello,
if you're not from the Southeast, kudzu is a vine that is everywhere, and I mean everywhere. While you'll normally see it next to roadways or on the sides of cliffs or over dead forests, the vine famously seems to creep its way into pretty much everything else as well. If you are from the South, then you're probably familiar with the broad strokes of the story. The vine was introduced to the American South in the early 20th century, and from there has become a nuisance at best and a danger at worst. But the true story of how kudzu became so prominent in the United States is far more interesting than that brief misconception may lead you to believe. And of course, if you're like me and grew up with legends of the almost evil qualities that the plant has, well then it certainly begs the question of how it became so hated in the first place. So I want to talk about the history of kudzu in the United States, how it was originally touted as a hero of restoration before immediately becoming the villain of agricultural stories. And of course talk about if there's any truth to people, you know, dying. And perhaps most importantly, what kudzu might mean to the American future. Now, there were a lot of different sources of information I used for this video. However, there's one in particular I want to shout out. When I was looking for the best source on everything kudzu, most people pointed to this book, Devoured: The Extraordinary Story of Kudzu, the Vine That Ate the South. It does a great job at not only laying out the history and a lot of the mythos around kudzu, but a lot of the modern expansions and scientific endeavors that have been done with the plant. It was written by Aurella Hornmuller, who I was able to get in contact with before I made this video, and I can confirm to you that she is very kind and cool. So if this topic interests you at all and you want to hear an
I like Wendigoon.
Actual, you know, like writer or journalist talk about it instead of whatever the green screen in my closet is, then I highly encourage you to check out the book. It will be linked in the description. I'm glad that there's people out there who are smart so that people like me can pretend to be smart. And if you've never heard of kudzu before and wonder why so many people can find a vine to be so scary, then stick around because we're going to talk about it today. So after a word from today's sponsor, we're going to talk about the super evil get further into the video, but all you need to know for now is that it's a very long vine that produces a very large leaf. And as the name suggests, it is not native to the United States and was instead introduced from Japan. The vine seems to have began all the way back in ancient China, but by at least like 500 BC, it was predominant in both China and Japan. The perhaps more formal name of kudzu, Japanese arrowroot, coming from the broad arrow-shaped leaves that the vine produces. The vine was used for ornamental and some holistic purposes that we'll talk about later while it was in Asia, but it wasn't introduced to the United States until 1876, to which it was then showcased at the first United States World Fair at Fairmount Park, Philadelphia. See, the World's Fair was, as the name suggests, all of the greatest thinkers, artists, and what have you from around the world coming to one location to showcase their country's offerings. One of these nations was Japan, and while the majority of their focus at the World's Fair was on things like their architecture and artwork, one of the more subtle details of this expo was a seemingly inconspicuous vine called kudzu. The name kudzu being the Japanese word, or at least a derivative of the Japanese word for the plant. At this expo, it was advertised as being an ornamental plant that could be used for things like shading a porch. See, the vine grew so fast and the leaves of it were so large, the idea was you could have kind of an open-top gazebo and allow the plant to bloom, and you would have a naturally shaded area. While a few people thought this was neat and it was adopted to some degree, its grand debut would come 8 years later. It was then at the New Orleans World's Industrial and Cotton Centennial Exposition that the plant would be showcased for a new purpose: soil erosion. See, for anyone cultivating crops, it's important to have good soil composition. So you want a healthy mixture of topsoil that's created out of biomaterials and chemicals within the ground and general soil composition. Otherwise, crops won't grow well, and there's a high chance of crops dying out if they do begin to grow. Around the late 1800s, this was beginning to become a problem in the United States. While soil can be maintained to a healthy degree if you're simply harvesting and planting in the right seasons and you're not doing it too much, as industry became more and more standardized across the United States, people kept trying to plant more and more. This put stress on a lot of the soil, especially in the American South, and it was becoming harder to grow things. However, as was showcased at the New Orleans Expo, kudzu is a fantastic tool at refertilizing used ground. This is because kudzu is good at introducing the correct levels of things like nitrogen and oxygen into the ground, and the plant matter itself allows other things to grow. And as mentioned, kudzu is a really fast-growing vine, so hypothetically you just need a little bit of it to revitalize your topsoil. On top of that, in 1902, a man named Charles Pleas realized that kudzu is also really good food for farm animals. And considering people were already discovering that the vine kind of grows anywhere you plant it, the fact that it's so cheap and easy made it a good alternative for livestock feed. So in 1902, Charles Pleas began to mail out seedlings of kudzu for farmers to put in their fields. In 1920, John Rigdon of Central Georgia Railroad began to build his company off of shipping kudzu bales, which is effectively hay bales, but, made out of kudzu. And already within a couple decades, kudzu made its way around the South fast. Farmers who were previously having trouble growing anything can now grow pretty much whatever they want and feed the animals at the same time. On top of that, the vine grew so fast and was able to spawn other new growths off of itself, which will become a very big problem later, that it only took a little bit of kudzu to get things rolling. However, it was in the 1930s that things began to accelerate very quickly. From the Dust Bowl that was happening in the Midwest to the Great Depression, the U.S. economy and things like food systems were at a breaking point. A botanist named David Fairchild, who worked with the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, was living in Washington, D.C. and began to grow kudzu because he found it interesting. And while several farmers in the South were beginning to adopt kudzu in order to fix their farms, it wasn't anything to a large scale. So that meant a lot of potential food providers, things that could put an ease on the economy, were still unable to grow anything. So Fairchild, as well as his other co-workers at the USDA, took a look at this kudzu and decided that might be the solution to their problems. Basically, the government was scratching their heads like, oh no, if only there was a super fast-growing plant that could thrive in any conditions and simultaneously refertilize the soil we put it in. And Fairchild was like, oh yeah, I've got some at the house. So beginning in 1935, the Department of Agriculture begins to heavily push kudzu onto the American South. President Roosevelt's Civilian Conservation Corps began to plant the vine anywhere they could. The two reasons that all of the planting occurred in the American Southeast is, for one, that's where all the farming and agriculture is, because, the Midwest is dusty, and two, it was seen that the vine could not grow, or at least not grow well, in cold temperatures, and it stays hot enough year-round in the American Southeast. So the Conservation Corps is planting it all over public land, but that's not enough because there's a lot of farmers who still can't produce anything, so the government chooses to incentivize those guys to let them plant kudzu. The federal government begins to offer farmers $8 an acre of planted kudzu, which, adjusted for inflation, is about $180 per acre today. So picture this, you're a farmer who is struggling to make ends meet, and then one day the government comes to you and says, hey, we've got this magic plant that your animals can eat, and it'll fix the farm, and if you've got 100 acres, we'll pay you modern equivalent $18,000 to put it on there. So obviously everyone said yes. And as predicted, it worked. Kudzu revitalized a lot of farmlands and put an ease on a lot of struggling farmers in an already struggling economy. Because of this, the vine quickly adopted this like sacred status among people in the region. There was one radio announcer and journalist named Channing Cope who had a radio program outside of Covington, Georgia, that he would broadcast every day, kind of like an almanac of sorts about farm life and how farmers are doing and whatnot. And in every broadcast, he would talk about the miracle of kudzu. By miracle, I'm not making a joke. The dude would outright call it, you know, a gift sent from God to save America. And for most people, this seemed to be the common sentiment. Things were going bad, and now they're going good, and this miracle plant seems to be a big part of that. Channing Cope founded an organization called the Kudzu Club, which was pretty much a club for proliferating kudzu, spreading the good word, so to speak, to farmers around the American Southeast. And at one point, it had about 20,000 members. Because of this, Channing Cope earned the nickname of the Kudzu Kid. It's estimated that through the 1930s and 40s, the government planted about 85 million seedlings of kudzu, with an estimated 3 million acres of kudzu planted, which is about 4,680 square miles. And for a few years, everyone was happy, kudzu was doing its job, and everything is great. Until it wasn't. So in the 1940s, you know, the whole war thing happens, and a bunch of people who were meticulously watching their farms are now off to fight the war. On top of that, again, industrialization is constantly on the rise in the United States, so a bunch of people are moving from their farms to cities and leaving the kudzu unattended. So as mentioned, the vine grows pretty fast, and as people go to remove the vine, they quickly realize that they can't. They try digging it up, and that doesn't work. They try burning it, that doesn't work. They try completely destroying the soil and everything around it, somehow the vine still comes back. What they didn't realize is that yes, the kudzu was fine when it was being monitored and used, again, for things like plant feed or cultivated with the crops around it. But once kudzu's taken root somewhere, it's really hard to convince it otherwise. So when kudzu is planted, it will grow a sort of primary root that the other shoots of the leaves and whatnot will grow off of. That primary root can get up to 100 feet long, weigh as much as 400 pounds, and be 7 inches in diameter. Not only that, but the stems that come off of the root within about a year's cycle can become their own primary root system. And when I say these things grow fast, I mean fast. It is estimated, and while like the exact number of this is kind of debated, it's at least close, that kudzu can grow a foot a day. That is so fast that you could stare at it long enough and watch it move. Imagine you have a farm and you've got kudzu 100 feet away from your house, and then you leave the house for a year. When you come back, you no longer have a house. The kudzu has the house, and maybe you can get in. And that's no joke about the kudzu overtaking the house. Kudzu is what's known as a structural parasite. In other words, the root system itself, or the vines, leaves, whatever, don't have any structure above ground, so they just cling on to whatever's nearby. Add to that the fact that they thrive in areas with low nitrogen and low resources, and kudzu will grow over any man-made structure it comes into contact with. So okay, you have this giant vine that is really big and it can overtake stuff you build. Well, just dig it up, right? Well, for one, as mentioned, that can be really hard considering how big these things can get, but also, as mentioned, within a year, the stems can become their own root system. So even if you pull up the main root, better hope it wasn't there that long, otherwise you've just created more. If you chop up kudzu with like a lawnmower or something, you have to either burn or use the plant material for animal food or something, because otherwise all you've done is disperse it into new places all over the yard. It doesn't take long for one root of kudzu to become thousands of roots around an area. The one kind of saving grace you can get is if you go to the crown.
It's
or
so
like
cool.
the main
It's
part.
like a level of poison ivy plants. Like the plants are pissed off at us, so God sent kudzu. And it is gonna choke the South and it's gonna choke the right wingers. It's hilarious. Like the global South is dealing with kudzu, and I swear to God, it's God's punishment for trying to do God's job and judge people.
Of the root system and cut it off and then destroy it like it's some kind of monster or something. If you destroy the crown, then that root will die, but as mentioned, if it's been there too long, the other stems will just create
like
their own roots and
Christianity.
you're back at square one. Add
Yeah,
to this
like in the way that Christianity like took over mankind, I think the kudzu is gonna retake the South. You can't really stomp it out.
That they're drought tolerant, frost tolerant. As mentioned, they don't grow well in cold conditions, but the cold won't kill them. It will just kind of slow them down. And the fact that in the United States they have no natural predators like the kudzu beetle that was back in Japan, and people began to realize this pretty quick. See, another one of the really big problems with kudzu is, remember the really big leaf I talked about, how it could be used as, you know, shade on your porch or whatever, and the fact that the vine needs something else to cling on to and grow over. That is a really bad combination for any other plants in the area, because the vine will outgrow any other plant in speed, so all it needs to do is find another plant, overtake it, completely block out all sunlight for that plant, and the plant underneath dies. This led to several of the unattended farms and areas where kudzu was planted becoming a total dead zone, because the plant had completely outcompeted any other flora in the region. It didn't take long for the government to catch on to this, and in 1953 it was removed from the list of like permissible cover plants and, you know, the whole you should plant it all the time and we'll pay you for it. But by then the damage was already done and it wasn't stopping anytime soon. The tone around kudzu completely changed. It went from the hero plant that was going to revitalize the South into a monster.
Free cow food to free cow poison.
That was to be feared. Stories of kudzu wiping out swabs of nature around entire communities, to stories of it growing over railroad tracks, leading to derailed trains, to even stories of things like, if you have a baby in a crib, you have to shut the window at night, otherwise the kudzu will grow in through the window and strangle the kid. And as mentioned, the plant does well in areas plants normally don't do well in. So the vine began to lurch its way out of the forest into cities and into streets and into people's homes. It was seen as a cancer, a stain on the South that had turned from a source of pride into one of shame. Immediately, farmers and the government at large try to find ways to kill off the plant. Sure, you can't just chop it up or whatever, but surely like a heavy dose of herbicide would do it, right? Well, no, because as mentioned, these roots are pretty intense, so even if you do use a ton of herbicide, you're just going to kill off the stuff above ground, and then give it a while, it will all be regrown just as it was. The only way to really kill it off with chemicals is through routine spraying of an area to try to kill the roots as they get like weaker and weaker over time. And by most estimates,
Wow.
it takes about 10 years of...
And they can't stop it. It actually is an invasive species and stuff. But it's like God's like fucking retribution for all these fucking cities that we build is the kudzu. And in the next like 500 years, it's gonna choke the South. And they won't be able to drive. And having a house in the South isn't gonna go so well. I love it. It's like God's reprisal. It's God's reprisal for all this stupid shit that we do. The plastic garbage ball in the ocean and all that stuff is like, this is the reprisal for it. Oh, Yao Guai. I blew his face off. This gun's strong too. They're all strong. That other one reloads faster. I'm supposed to kill Yaogwai, but I don't see any. Hey, kitty, are you restless? Do you want to go outside? It's kind of cold out there, kitty. Want to sit on my lap? That's some good lap. Yeah. Just chill out, kitty. Just chill out. Oh, you want your pad? Okay, here, hold on. We're gonna pull your pad. No, you went outside. You restless? You went outside? Well, I needed to know that you weren't freezing to death. Yeah. Yeah, I needed to know that you weren't freezing to death. That's the problem, kitty. I know you're restless, but I need to know that you're not freezing to death. Because it is. It's like 40 degrees out there, kitty. I know you want to be out there because it's sunny. But it's so cold that the pipes froze last night. And I can't let you out there, kitty. I'm not kidding. I'm sorry, kitty.
Concentrated spraying to wipe out kudzu in an area. Even in the modern age, with all of our super cool chemicals we have now, the quickest we can get it down to is like 2 years. And even then, we're using these incredibly toxic chemicals that require a whole process of like sanctioning off an area and then spraying it for 2 years and then lifting the biohazard and going somewhere else. Okay, so if that doesn't work, what if we try introducing a natural predator? Well, while a few things like the kudzu beetle mentioned earlier have found their way into the US, it's not in any large amount. They just came over naturally. The issue with introducing a non-native species into an area to remove something you don't like is what got us here in the first place. There is catalogs of times we have tried to mess with a local wildlife population to get a better result and have made everything way, way worse. And as mentioned, stuff like pigs, cows, goats, whatever, they'll eat it, but the number of animals you would have to have in order to take out entire forest of kudzu would be insane. So pretty much the solution was to do nothing. There is no feasible...
Let's go look at forests of kudzu, because I don't really have like the worst kudzu forest in America. Let's go look at it. I'm looking for kudzu forest in America. Yeah, let's look at this.
If you are from the parts of Asia where this plant is indigenous, or from the southeastern US where it definitely is not, you already know what you're looking at. For the rest of you, meet kudzu, a plant so aggressively invasive in the US that it's known to take over utility poles, abandoned buildings, and
so cool.
Cars that don't move out of the way fast enough. That's not me exaggerating for humorous effect. It is a thing that happens. But even though this vine has basically taken over the entire southeast.
Oh no, it's out there in Oregon too.
It's even worse than you
and in New Mexico.
Think, because according to researchers, it's kind of poisoning the air around it. Kudzu was deliberately introduced in the southeast as an ornamental plant and livestock.
Is what's gonna happen to us. The kudzu will get us.
Feed. And it's not.
I take great solace in it. I try. I get such peaceful thoughts of love. The kudzu's gonna choke us out in the end.
All bad. Parts of the plant are edible for humans as well as animals, and historically it's even been used to make clothing and paper. Problem is, it got real comfy. It's difficult to get a solid estimate for how much is out there, and the kudzu that's visible from roadsides all over.
Oh, no,
if you are from the parts of Asia where this is even worse than you think, because according to researchers, it's even been used to make clothing and paper. Problem is, it got real comfy. It's difficult to get a solid estimate for how much is out there, and the kudzu that's visible from roadsides all over the South may make it seem more overwhelming than it is in reality, but still, it's definitely an invasive species of some concern. And kudzu doesn't just grow. It can shape the nutrient balance of its environment in a way relatively few plants can, because kudzu is a bean. A legume, that is. And legumes have the ability to fix nitrogen, meaning they take nitrogen gas from the atmosphere and trap it in a form that's available as a nutrient.
So it's poisonous.
Now, I just told you we don't know exactly how much kudzu is out there, but one estimate goes as high as 3 million hectares in the southeastern United States. And if you run the numbers, that would mean kudzu has a more significant effect on the nitrogen cycle than soybeans, even though those are grown in the south on purpose. But that doesn't mean it's just like fertilizing the whole region.
Nope.
A landmark 2010 study suggested that kudzu is having such a significant effect on the balance of atmospheric gases that it's affecting air quality. Here's how it works. First, kudzu converts atmospheric nitrogen gas into ammonium in the soil. Then soil bacteria convert the ammonium into nitrate. And further reactions cause nitric oxide and nitrous oxide to escape into the air. Nitrous oxide is already a greenhouse gas, so we're off to a bad start. But that nitric oxide is an even bigger problem because it's an important factor in the creation of ozone.
Notice that Wendigoon didn't cover any of this.
So ozone is happy and fine when it's way up in the stratosphere where it helps protect the Earth from harmful radiation. Down here at the surface where we have to breathe it in, it's a different story. Ozone is harmful to the respiratory tract, especially when you have a condition like asthma to make things worse. It's an important source of air pollution and it's a greenhouse gas too. Cars and factories tend to spit out nitrogen oxides that lead to ozone formation, and for that reason, a lot of air quality legislation targets nitrogen emissions. But those laws won't stop kudzu because it can't read. The researchers in that 2010 study compared soil plots with and without kudzu and measured the effect on nitrogen cycling and surrounding air quality. By scaling up those
No, but they're also like, if you introduce kudzu, we'll bust you.
Numbers to apply to the whole southeast.
Because they know how bad it is. They're like, if you bring kudzu home to like put vines on your home, right? If you want vines on your rich person's home, like the kudzu vine, and you introduce it to our town, we will throw you in jail.
They estimated that the number of days where atmospheric ozone is at unsafe levels would go up, especially in parts of Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi. In those regions, they predicted up to an extra 7 days of high ozone.
It's gonna choke the South. When I say choke, I mean like choke literally. It produces CO2 and it will block out all like human life pretty much, which is insane. And it's coming too. That's like the revenge for how we've lived and how the right-wingers think that the climate problems and is such a complete hoax and all this. Well, we'll see how you feel. We'll see. We'll see how you feel about it being a hoax when, you know, this ozone-generating plant chokes out Tennessee in the next 500 years. We'll see how you feel.
Ozone levels. That's an extra week where sensitive groups would want to avoid going outside in the summertime when conditions are at their worst. Now, the authors do say this is likely a high-end estimate of kudzu's impact. However, they claim their research shows how natural or not so natural forces can totally undermine our best attempts at cleaning up the environment. It's definitely a reminder that Earth is a complex system. We've caused all kinds of problems by introducing invasive species, but one that causes air pollution really takes the cake for me. We have to be careful stewards of this planet before it gets swallowed by car-eating illiterate vines. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow, and if you want to see more...
It was good.
...way to remove the plant, and the plant does...
Oh, I didn't, I want her to be on my channel again. I didn't think about it. SciShow. SciShow is good, yeah, SciShow. SciShow's good, yeah. I'm gonna add her, she's amazing. Oh, she has 8 million subs, goddamn.
Doesn't seem to stop growing. To give you an idea of how stubborn this plant is, and I'm jumping ahead in the timeline a little bit, in recent years, a middle school in Winfield, Alabama had this like big school project they did with NASA to see how kudzu would grow in space. So they took kudzu and tested its growth potential on the International Space Station, and it turns out not only does it grow fine, it grows better in zero gravity than it does on Earth. Meaning that kudzu is so powerful, gravity is just a mere obstacle.
I love this. It's like Caves of Cud. Some life forms, like this plant, are so much stronger than fucking human beings. There's nothing we could do. The kudzu just grows. It doesn't fight you. It doesn't matter if you try and burn it or poison it. It's completely impervious to anything that mankind can do, short of probably, well, really. I think if you were to set 10 billion human beings to plucking the kudzu out of the fucking land, you could probably defeat it. But that's what it would take. You'd have to settle, or so you'd have to settle on this idea of humans ripping it out of everywhere that they see it, and that's what would have to occur for kudzu to be curbed. We'd have to declare war against it and pretty much fight it for like 10 years. It's like a plant invasion. It's kind of like Plants and Zombies, where the plants will kill the zombies. You think that Plants and Zombies is a joke, but no, plants will kill zombies. And like, you know, and it's hilarious, and it generates ozone and chokes us out and shit. It's actually crazy. I've always known about the kudzu, but I think my father taught me about it. It's kind of interesting. It's one of those things my dad talked about. I am my father's son. I don't like him, but I do have his mannerisms and his sense of humor and his interests.
I
don't ever talk about him because he's been dead for 15 years or something.
Doesn't even need the stuff. In 1990.
But I mean, but he was influential on me. Kudzu would have completely taken up my father's attention. I know it would have.
98.
It's the kind of thing that I know him well enough. You know, I didn't see him past the age of 16, but I grew up with my father and I knew him fairly well. And I know that kudzu would have been this like intensely fascinating thing to him all of his life. Because it probably was.
Government added kudzu to its noxious weeds list, which effectively classifies it as a weed that needs gotten rid of. Keep in mind, this is the same plant that was once sold at $180 an acre to convince people to put it on their land. It was labeled as a noxious weed in '98 and then was removed from the noxious weed list in 2000. Seemingly, because after looking into it for 2 years, there was no solution, so they just ignored the problem. So where does all that get you? Well, it gets you where we are today. Growing up in East Tennessee, I saw kudzu absolutely everywhere. There is not a road near my house I can think of.
I like his East Tennessee accent.
Where you didn't see it growing off the side of a cliff or on an abandoned barn. When I was a little kid, I just assumed it was like grass and that it was a thing that can just pop up anywhere. I so vividly remember being 8, 9 years old and playing outside with friends. And
it's like God's revenge against humans treating this place like a toilet. And it is. It's like the vine plant that grows out of our sewage that will choke us in the end and bring the earth back to a primordial place like Caves of Cud. I love Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud is such a fucking good game. In so many different ways, it totally is this like weird anthropological game that talks about trading water and how plants are sentient and do have feelings and stuff. And it's true, plants are sentient and do have feelings, and they don't like I don't think the kudzu vine likes what we've done to the earth. I'm fairly sure that's why it's growing so strong. The kudzu has declared war against us because they're like, everywhere that the kudzu vine goes, humans go too. So the kudzu considers humans to be a threat. And the humans do burn and poison the kudzu. You wouldn't think of kudzu being like this contender on an international scale, but I'm more scared of kudzu than I am of North Korea. I'm fairly sure kudzu will kill the world faster than North Korea will. And kudzu isn't scary like a scorpion or something. It's not going to sting you. It's just going to slowly creep along till one day it's outside your house. It's outside your grandkid's house. And it's like moving inside because it's like this plant that doesn't stop and it thrives off of nothing basically. And it's like invasive and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And that's what's going to bring America back to a place. And then eventually some dinosaur will live off of kudzu and that dinosaur will like completely like probably an alligator or something will live off of kudzu or whatever, and that reptile will take over the Earth again, and then we'll have, you know, the Cretaceous period again. Cretaceous period. Because kudzu will stop us. Kudzu will actually stop us, and I have this existential fear of it, because I know that it's going to take thousands of years, long past my death, and when Skycat doesn't matter anymore, like, kudzu will still be choking the South, and I take great solace in that, because it's like, no matter what you do to curb, like, mankind being an incredibly invasive species, you know, there's other invasive species too. And I love this. I take great solace in it.
And one of our parents would tell us not to go.
It's proof that God exists. Kudzu is proof that God exists, because mankind can't be the only invasive species on the planet.
Go into the kudzu, that it's dangerous. And sure, while that's certainly true for some degree, shaded areas like that could be a place a snake would hide under, or the kudzu may cover up a ditch you could fall into and wouldn't otherwise see. But I knew some kids who had stories from their parents about how if you ran out into the vines, they would wrap.
It would like wrap around you, and it probably does, because it's like
around your legs and get you.
Yeah, because it doesn't. It's just if you keep moving forward, the current tangle that's around your legs just gets worse and worse till you can't move.
Stuck out there, or some.
And I lived in New Jersey, where places like, you know, like kudzu exist, and like, you know, and it is like that. It's like if you go far into the brush, it could start wrapping around your legs, and then what's wrapped around your legs might get wrapped around the vines, and if the vines wrap around your legs, you're stuck there and you could die. It would take you ripping and ripping and ripping and ripping for hours and hours and hours to get free, and you'd have to completely get free of the vine, which would be hard to do. It is actually that, you know, invasive.
Stories of the vine eating people. That
No, the vine doesn't eat people. It just binds you up so badly that you die of deprivation in there. And then the vine grows over you, because it doesn't care about where it is. It doesn't care about what it grows off of. It's not like a, you know, carnivorous vine. It's not like little Shop of Horrors. It's you know, ooh, Little Shop of Horrors is something I should download. Let's go get that before it disappears. Little Shop of Horrors is such a good movie. It's a musical, and it was on Broadway, and it's incredibly gay. But it's still a really wonderful yarn about a fucking carnivorous plant that this barbershop owner has that likes to eat the people that he gives haircuts to, kind of like it's like a different version of Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Todd's kind of like that too. Looking for Little Shop of Horrors. Horrors, and the horror was a plant, and the plant was like this like man-sized Venus flytrap that would just eat humans. Yeah, here's a Blu-ray of it for 1.1 sold. This has Rick Moranis from 1960. The funniest picture this year. This is a black comedy about a young man who creates a carnivorous plant and must kill in order to feed it. Yep. This was an interesting, weird bit of fiction. But, you know, the implication is that it's a Venus flytrap, but it's actually kudzu. The vine is probably a kudzu.
It wanted to catch you, like a Venus flytrap almost, and it would pull you down below the sea of green and then eat off your body. It was treated as almost like this
which it would
malicious
do.
blob that would just suck up any life that came into it.
Yeah.
And when you look at the after effects of kudzu, it's not hard to...
Actual threats to human beings. It's not nuclear bombs, or it doesn't matter what you do to Japan or whatever. Nuclear bombs aren't actually a threat to human beings, but kudzu is. Kudzu is an actual threat. You can't burn it out, and poison won't solve it. And that's what mankind's gonna think when they think of vines that are choking the South. They're gonna think of poison and fire, because mankind isn't very creative. But I think there's probably some light thing. Like you could definitely probably just block out the sun for about a month, and that would kill the vine. The vine needs photosynthesis. So what do? You build a giant fucking thing that blocks out the sun for like 3 or 4 days. You have it be this giant paddle that blocks out like 5 or 6 blocks of an area, and you choke the vine for sunlight. And it can't grow without sunlight. That's its main, you know, that's its main source. That's how you kill plants, is you block out the sunlight. And that's just as crazy or worse than, you know, fucking poison or fire. But it'll actually work. When the plant actually can't breathe, it'll die. Or I'm sorry, if it can't photosynthesize, it'll die.
To see why.
Just like us, if we don't have sunlight, that's what happens to us too. If a baby doesn't have love, the baby will die.
Well, at first, fields of kudzu...
It's like God's defense against babies who don't get love. It's just the baby dies. It's really fucked up and crazy, but we know this because of the Nazis and stuff. But if you don't give a baby love in the first like 9 months of its life or whatever, it'll just die. It's like God's protection against, you know, babies that don't receive love. It just causes an inexplicable, completely fucking uncaused death. But if there isn't a mother or a father cradling that baby and telling it that it's its world and that it loves it and culturing it, that baby will die. It's actually fucking crazy. It's something. It's proof of God. To me, it's the closest thing we have to proof that God exists or whatever. But God has a plan for loveless babies, and it is death. You might think that that's Hades' plan or Hell's plan or Satan's plan, but no, it is God's plan to like loveless babies, because it's something that comes up in the sandbox every once in a while. When a baby doesn't receive love, it dies, even if it does have food and water. If you don't give it love, it dies.
Can seem to be these.
And I would say sunlight's the same thing for plants. Plants can't do without sunlight. These people think poison and fire, but I think that's not localized enough. You need to actually block out the sunlight. Without sunlight, the plant will die.
Lush, thriving seas of green. If the kudzu ever die.
Also, it's really gross when the plant dies, because then you have all this like grown like matter that's decaying and nasty, and it probably causes all kinds of disease and stuff. But the death of the plant is also really dangerous to humans, because it's this rotting plant matter that just draws like sickness and disgusting, like, you know, novel viruses and stuff. And so if the plant dies and rots because you block out the sun, it probably causes COVID.
Out, it reveals.
You think I'm kidding? I actually really respect like nature so much more than men. Men can burn and poison and choke things and nuclear bomb things, but they can't actually stop kudzu.
The damage that's been done over the years. Every other species of plant that was underneath the leaf has been blocked out from the sun for years and years, and all that's left is the decay, a graveyard of what used to be. So many legends that my grandfather would tell me would be rooted around kudzu itself. Stories of monsters that lived out in caves of kudzu, or these creatures that would drag kids off at night and they'd never be found because their body would be lying underneath the sea of kudzu. Kudzu also has this strange effect because to keep it at bay, you have to trim it over and over several times a year. So if any property becomes abandoned for any length of time, it quickly falls victim to the wave of green goo. It's near apocalyptic in how it consumes anything that isn't actively trying to push it off. And as mentioned, when it comes to the plant itself, there's not a lot you can do. The plant has this reputation of almost a harbinger, that mistakes were made before, that the plant was introduced and it never should have been. And now we're going to pay the price for it until we're not around to
I swear to God, this is the stuff that happens when you're racist against Japanese people or some such. I swear to God, they'll do stuff like in like, you know, and it's weird because it's like they're not dumb. They've been taking care of the land for millions of years, and they know what kudzu will do to the south, and don't cross them.
At bay. It's like
Could you lay this on Japanese people? No. I'm saying that like people have been stewarding the earth for a million years, and they know stuff like this, which is why you shouldn't ever cross other human beings. Kudzu was probably a joke that somebody played on us. I swear to God. Somebody who knows about it, you know?
Constant reminder of a community's mortality. It's almost like a reckoning for the South as a whole. A mistake was made.
A mistake was made with the South, and it was racism, and the kudzu would choke them out in the end.
There will not be forgiveness.
No.
Things will get worse, and you can only keep them better for so long. And when I sat down to make this video, that was kind of the theme I wanted to go with. There's this plant that overtakes everything that I see pretty much everywhere I go, and it's kind of sad.
It is. It's
when
sad.
you take
It's
the
so
whole
weird.
story into effect of where it started out to where it is now. And that was until I sat down and read about where Kutsu is today, like what changes have been added to the lore, so to speak. And that's what I want to talk about now. Because yes, while the introduction of Kutsu was reckless, and while yes, several communities and groups of people have paid the price for it, there's a beauty to not only the resilience of the plant itself, but the people around it that has to be said. For one, when it comes to the control of the plant, there are some unique ways that people have entrepreneured their way into it. One of my favorites is this company called RV Farms in like Knoxville, Tennessee, where what they do is if you have Kutsu, they will bring out a bunch of goats and just let the goats eat for a while and then pack them up and go home. And they'll do that as many times as you need. According to them, it takes 200 goats to clear 1 acre of Kutsu a day. And again, while that's not a perfect solution, a lot of it will still grow back, it can help trim an area for a while. I mean, plus who doesn't want to have a bunch of hungry goats on their property? That sounds great. On top of that, it turns out goats aren't the only thing that can eat Kutsu. We can too. Also, I don't know why, but in my notes, I write most of these notes at like 4 in the morning and I have no idea what I was talking about. Under the category for goats, I wrote not enough dedication. I guess I meant that the goats aren't dedicated enough to keep eating. Maybe. But we certainly are dedicated when it comes to eating Kutsu, because as it turns out, there's a lot of ways to do it. For one, Kutsu is a comparatively pretty protein-heavy leaf, so people will use it for a substitute of things like spinach. People fry it and make Kutsu chips. You can use it to make wine. You can use it to make jellies. You can use it to make like barbecue sauces. Kutsu itself, by the way, especially in the late summer, early fall, when its small flower blooms, is a very strong scent. It's kind of like a grape scent, like a sweet berry of sorts. So naturally people figured you can probably make jelly out of that, and as it turns out, you can. Now, of course, when it comes to eating Kutsu, you have to find the areas that weren't dumped with the super chemicals, as mentioned earlier.
It's ozone.
Which
it's not grape or sweet. It's ozone is what you're smelling.
Leads into its own problems because
ozone has a weird sick smell to it. Yeah, like a weird smell of like grapes. A little bit. Yeah, and that's because it's ozone. That smell, it doesn't smell good. It smells bad.
The government still considers it super noxious evil in all senses. They're really hesitant about you growing it or using it for stuff. So you kind of have to find a natural plot of it that hasn't been sprayed yet. But if you can do some cool stuff with it. Not only food, companies like Kutsu Cabin Designs have found ways to make paper out of Kutsu. As a matter of fact, when we're looking for utilitarian uses of Kutsu, we just have to look to the region it came from, Japan and China. Not only have they been eating it too as, again, a sort of leafy vegetable or using it for things like tea, but it's also used in medicine. In China,
maybe we dropped the bomb on the Japanese, and a smart Japanese man decided to cultivate kudzu in the South because of those internment camps that we did. You never know, but it is an Asian plant that somebody introduced here, and I swear to God, it's like our revenge for. It's not revenge, but it's like our comeuppance for the nuclear bomb. Is a plant that destroys all of the South.
China, Kutsu extract is used as an injection to treat people who are going through severe alcohol withdrawal. There's not a ton of study in the United States.
Kudzu like solves alcohol withdrawal?
It's on this because, again, everyone has the opinion that it is a super devil plant that is to be feared. But now that people are taking interest, early research in the United States is promising for potential medicinal benefit. Along with the alcohol withdrawal I mentioned a second ago, there's promising signs that it could help people with everything from diabetes to IBS. Some have even found ways to use Kutsu as a building material. While the roots of it aren't strong enough to be an entire building material on their own, it can be combined with other elements to make a cost-effective option. Perhaps most promising, Kutsu is a potential candidate for future biofuels, meaning Kutsu, a fast-growing, hard-to-kill plant, could be used in order to propel future.
Yeah, what do you do? Like, so you introduce kudzu in a steel block of a biosphere, and you have it grow all the way into the biosphere, and you give it light from the outside through windows, and the kudzu explodes, and then it like fills the center of it, and then you just turn that into biofuel by letting it rot and decay.
Energies.
That's a genius idea. I could see that working. It's a smart way to look at it. It could be a way to produce fuel, a way to produce good fuel. Yeah.
What's so crazy about all of this, from the medicine to the food benefits to biofuel, is most of this research has happened in the last 4 or 5 years. And most of that is because how heavily it's been looked down upon culturally.
Maybe the kudzu is the solution to the gas crisis. You never know. I'm open-minded. A closed mind is you know, very bad thing, but I am open-minded to this idea that, like, maybe the kudzu is the solution to a lot of our problems in a way, because it's like this thing that then never stops growing, in the way that the wind never stops blowing. Like, in the way that the wind never stops blowing, or that water never stops flowing, or like sunlight never stops shining and stuff. That's how the kudzu is. It never stops growing. So you could look for, you know, ways to harness that for endless biofuel. Like, what happens if you let a bunch of kudzu inside of a biosphere completely rot to the point where it produces methane, and then you could chain that methane and turn it into gas. And that is a way maybe to find perpetual energy. So there's all this dark views of kudzu, but kudzu is, you know, also very strong and never stops. It's like this thing that you can harness, kind of. I'm out of drugs. There's a blue devil. Oh no, that's not good. And a lot of Mirelurks. Oh, blue devil is really nasty. That hurt him really bad. I'm tanking a blue devil, which is insane. And he killed me instantly. That might not be too good. I might not be able to spawn very close.
And also how regulated it's been by the government.
See, here's the sandbox. Like, modern games are just too scared to spawn a blue devil on you. But this game's not like that. It doesn't mind it. It's not scared of doing it. No. Oh, well, yeah, maybe for these, yeah. Actually, yeah, that was not bad. That killed all of them. That blue devil was so fucking nasty. Where is he? Where were you? He's in there somewhere, huh?
A negative because, you know, whoopsie back in the 1930s. But the frustrating part is that view still applies to potential modern advancements with it, but it does not apply to fixing the problems they've already created. Like, once again, the author of this book, Hornmuller, very cool, link in the description, when she was going around trying to talk to officials about, you know, what the issue is, why doesn't anyone do anything about, you know, the kudzu that's still destroying land in the south and whatnot, she just kept getting ran in circles. Department of Agriculture would say that it's forestry's problem, and forestry's problem would say that it's a state level problem, and the state would say it's actually a federal problem, and that just kept happening. No one wants to take responsibility for it, so nothing can be done, but when it comes to people making advancements in medicine, in food, what have you, and trying to get it up the chain of command, they're not interested because it's, you know, the evil, awful plan. Not that we're going to do anything about it over here, but we also don't want to do anything about it over here. And the kind of tragic irony to that is that's how this all started in the first place. I kind of oversimplified in the beginning when I said that the farms were abandoned by men going off to war, going to live in the cities. But another big reason that happened is because people were poor. Not only did the Depression and Dust Bowl hit a lot of people really hard, but there was also things like weevil infestations in the South, or other plant-borne illnesses. Sure, plant-borne illnesses that were killing off a bunch of crops, and people couldn't afford to wait out till the next season, so they had to abandon farms that were in their family for generations. And again, when those same people were given money years prior to put kudzu on their property, that was money they couldn't afford to turn down. And while sure, everyone gets a piece of the negligence pie when it comes to that, like no one held down Channing Cope and made him say that Jesus sent kudzu to the South over the radio, it's frustrating that that negligence continues into the modern age. It's estimated that from 1960 to 2020, kudzu across all industries, agriculture, what have you, has caused an estimated $1.22 trillion in damage, or up to about $500 million a year. And that's because in several areas, it's done irreversible damage to local economies and infrastructure. And I know that this sounds like I'm just making another government bad video, which I'm not opposed to, but it's more so to say that things can take a while. So hopefully people who are finding new uses for it, finding new ways to help us use kudzu to push us into the future, maybe the tone will change. Maybe the powers that be will come around to it. Maybe they'll start to figure out that a mistake back then doesn't mean we need to make a mistake now. See, kudzu, by official accounts, is said to cover about 8 million acres of the United States currently. But that's not the real number. The real number is real higher. The 8 million figure comes from the U.S. Forestry Department. So it's 8 million acres of forest. That's not counting all the not forest that kudzu consumes. Also, the reason we can never get accurate measurements to it or whatnot is, remember that whole rigmarole of like federal and state government I mentioned earlier? Apparently, anytime they try to get funding for more studying of kudzu, both when it comes to sciences, but also just figuring out how much
they
of it
didn't
there
worry
is.
about it. They were like, we've got to fight the crisis in the Middle East. We don't care about kudzu. But kudzu will kill you faster than those Middle Eastern people will.
They asked the government for funding, and the government's like, oh no, that's not a problem, because there's
It's not a problem compared to the Middle East,
only 8 million acres of it. And then people are like, well, we don't know how many there is because we don't have funding to check. And the government's like, oh, we don't need funding. There's only 8 million acres of it, which I guess is seen as like an acceptable loss to the state, but whatever. But despite that, despite how much area kudzu consumes, despite all the rumors about it, despite stories I grew up with as a kid that it was going to eat me alive, it never did. As a matter of fact, while I was warned of the dangers of kudzu and how awful it was and how it destroyed properties around the area I grew up in, which I'm sure is all true, I never had those feelings towards it. As a matter of fact, the only thing I really feel towards kudzu is nostalgia. It was everywhere. Everywhere I would drive, everywhere I would go, it was that same sneaky vine finding its way into the back of a barn, or finding its way on the side of a cliff.
Caves of Cud will eat us all in the end. I love Caves of Cud. It changed me. I can't play the game because it's too retro, but it's still such a good game.
Next to a parking lot. While it's caused a lot of problems, sure, I've always seen it as just a staple of the South. And I'm not the only one. A lot of the artwork that's been done with kudzu is beautiful. Not only are there several people who will make baskets out of kudzu, or will make these beautiful artworks out of the leaves, there's also been people who have adapted kudzu by the symbol it holds. as a defiance against the area it lives in or the area it was forced into. In 1968, a newspaper out of Jackson, Mississippi called the Kudzu was one of the only prominent counterculture newspapers in the Deep South. It spoke against Vietnam, it spoke against a lot of the social issues of the time, and adopted the name Kudzu because it was something that was different than the land it was in, but trying to change it. And obviously, however many times Kudzu's been mentioned in film and music. I think one of my favorite pieces of art that has to do with Kudzu is a series called Kudzilla by Casey Lance Brown, and it's a series of art pieces he did where it's Kudzu consuming different man-made structures, like old gas stations, or old buildings, or shops, or restaurants.
That's what's gonna happen to you, shitty human beings, with your gas stations and your problems.
And to me, it captures a lot of kind of that horror I grew up with, right? The spirit of Kudzu being this all-encompassing monster that's just biding its time till
Cthulhu.
It strikes the next thing that we've built, the next monument it's going to tear down. But by the very fact that the art exists, that someone has seen the Kudzu as more than just a plant, but as a symbol, as something that has a tone, a mythos, an aura to it, I think is beautiful. And to be honest, I don't know what Kudzu is going to be 20 years from now. I don't know what it'll be 10, 5 years from now. But I think it'll be better. Perhaps a breakthrough will be made in science and it will become a new source of medicine or a new source of energy. Or perhaps it will continue to be on the outskirts of society as I've known it. And more people will adopt it culturally, will adopt it for its art form or its roots or its stories. I don't know where it'll be, but what I do know is it's beautiful to see something that was once seen as valuable and then seen as explicitly unvaluable now be made into something again, something worth talking about. And if there's one thing I know about the people around it, it's that much like the plant itself, they're pretty resilient. So regardless of what Kudzu is, regardless of the damage it's done, hopefully it can be something better in the future.
Be okay.
And hopefully you enjoyed this mindless rant into all of that you probably don't care about, but I sure do. So I just want to say thank you for watching. Thank you all so much.
In the caves of Kudzu, will we take the South?
Much for watching. It really does mean the world. I appreciate it. Again, this is something that I've just grown up with, something that I've wanted to talk about for a while now, and it means a lot that you guys...
Yeah, it was good, it was good.
At first, Limbaugh's radio program didn't involve guests. He didn't do interviews. He did have imaginary one-sided conversations with a character named Bo Snerdley. And rather than refer to notes or an outline, he simply displayed an array of newspaper clippings in front of him while he yapped for 3 hours.
I mean, honestly, that takes some skill. By the early 1990s, he was the most popular radio host in the country, with 20 million people per week filling their brains with his fetid slop. How did he achieve this? Well, Rush Limbaugh was first and foremost a loud dumbass. And the reason he became as successful as he was, and was as beloved as he was, is that a lot of people in America are also loud dumbasses. He says what we're thinking. Yeah, because you were exposed to high amounts of aerosolized lead as a child, never developed critical thinking skills, and or don't believe in going to therapy.
Writing in Rolling Stone, Bob Moser described Limbaugh's style like this, and I'm going to read a direct quote from the piece because I couldn't have said it better. Quote, "He wasn't selling political ideas, and he never has. He was selling political attitude, the swaggering certitude, the mocking dismissiveness, the freedom to offend, the right to assert your privilege without guilt or embarrassment."
Limbaugh found that selling Americans the freedom to be total fucking assholes was a great way to get attention. In 1989, he started staging what he called collar abortions on air, where he'd cut off collars with the sound of a vacuum and screams. Apparently that's how an abortion sounds in Rush Limbaugh's imagination. I don't know, when I had mine, I just took a pill, but whatever.
He was also a successful author of New York Times bestsellers like The Way Things Ought to Be and See, I Told You So.
In 1995,
See, I told you so.
He started selling ugly-ass neckties.
Ooh, why?
Alyssa, I truly do not know.
Because suit dummies need color. Suit dummies need color.
It was his thing. Like a kind of Tucker Carlson with his bow tie. We have like Rush Limbaugh with his ties.
You know where he should have been?
Where?
He missed his calling on QVC.
You know, maybe. I think he would have done really well on QVC. He could have had like a Husky Boy show. So like we mentioned, everything Rush touched turned to gold in the early 1990s. And so eventually he got his own TV show produced by Roger Ailes.
Of course it was.
On the show, Rush galumps around a set designed to look like a library in front of a live studio audience and whines about things displayed on a series of TV monitors. In the first episode of the show from 1992, he's hidden behind a blue dot because he's so dangerous. It's a joke that gets old after about 5 seconds, but it goes on for a couple minutes. Rush's TV program consisted primarily of bitching, with a hearty helping of moaning on the side. He bitched and moaned about how TV character Murphy Brown chose to have a baby and raise it as a single mother on a show that he didn't watch anyway. He bitched and moaned about what the women were saying. He bitched and moaned about gay people. You could call it culture wars. You could call it clout whoring. Rush was great at knowing how to pick easy-to-understand cultural flashpoints and having wrong, loud opinions about them.
Limbaugh was such a big star, literally and figuratively, that he was featured in this 1991 60 Minutes segment where even CBS News' Steve Kroft couldn't resist pointing out that Rush Limbaugh was a big, sweaty slob.
More journalists gave into the temptation to point out Limbaugh's porcine physique. A 2009 Michael Wolff profile called Limbaugh the man that ate the GOP. When Limbaugh began attacking First Lady Michelle Obama's looks, an NPR panelist scoffed that Limbaugh wasn't exactly Denzel Washington himself. An article about Limbaugh's opposition to Mrs. Obama's Let's Move program joked, "Does Rush Limbaugh want your kids to be fat?" In 2013, Rush Limbaugh suggested on his radio show that Oprah Winfrey had faced discrimination not because she was black, but because she was fat, which led to a graphic on the Young Turks that read, "The pot calling the kettle fat."
Rush gave the media a chance to live out their "we don't hate you because you're fat because we hate you" arc.
A few years later, former SNL wise-ass and future Minnesota Senator Al Franken would pen a book called Rush Limbaugh is a Big Fat Idiot and Other Observations, and that would go on to sell 1 million copies. Now, a few decades have passed since that book was published, and we've made some progress. I don't think if Franken were writing that book today...
Look, I got 2 quad pipe revolvers, which is an interesting thing, but they're not good enough. So I just sell all this, which is so annoying. And I see the system that Bethesda built. The house that Crack built.
He would have called it Rush Limbaugh is a Big Fat Idiot. He'd probably have called it Rush Limbaugh was a big fat idiot.
No lies detected.
As far as I'm concerned, his body's fair game here. It was a perfect visual representation of what the human id would look like in physical form.
Limbaugh often critiqued the looks of women, claiming tongue-in-cheek that feminism as an ideology existed to give ugly women access to mainstream society.
Counterpoint, Rush Limbaugh's show existed to make unattractive old men feel entitled to critique the looks of hot women. If I were to judge Rush Limbaugh's appearance using the same standards for decency he used to judge women, I'd say it's ironic for a man who looks like Humpty Dumpty, even in a well-tailored suit, to have any opinions about how anybody looks.
I just thought of Rush Limbaugh in a tank top, and I think I'm gay now.
Well, I mean, you're already listening to Indigo Girls. 50% of the way there. Speaking of gay, Limbaugh was rabidly homophobic. Like, he thought way more about gay sex than I think a lot of gay men even did. He was obsessed with it, suspiciously obsessed with it.
On his show, Limbaugh further captured the lowest common denominator with a segment called AIDS Update, where he'd mock gay men who had died of AIDS during the height of the epidemic while playing Dionne Warwick's I'll Never Love Like This Again. Later in his career, Limbaugh would claim that Michael J. Fox, who had been living with Parkinson's disease for decades, was exaggerating his symptoms in order to garner sympathy. Fox would later go on CNN and react to this clip, which, in my opinion, wasn't it a bit mean to play it for him? Like, who fucking cares what Rush Limbaugh thinks? He loves when celebrities dignify his garbage with a response.
Yeah, exactly. Side note, Rush Limbaugh could not possibly be more dead, and Michael J. Fox is still alive.
Yes, indeed.
Limbaugh was also obsessed with women's behavior, whether they were sufficiently compliant to male preferences, specifically his preferences. He particularly had a problem with feminists using the portmanteau feminazis so often that some sources say he coined it.
He said this unironically. On one episode of his TV show, tapping a pointer at a TV screen displaying Gloria Steinem posing with a cat. Gloria Steinem
what?
is a feminist, but she is also undeniably a stone-cold fox to this day at 91
Goddamn right.
years old. I mean, look at her, saying feminists are ugly when this is one of the country's most prominent feminists at the time. Be so fucking for real.
I know. Rush also claimed once that women live longer than men because their lives are easier. We know that this, like most confident opinions Rush Limbaugh had, is false. Research shows that women live longer than men because women are better than men.
Limbaugh once compared then 12-year-old Chelsea Clinton to a dog.
Cute kid in the White House. No, 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 that's not the kid. That's the kid. We try to...
Jesus Christ.
Picking on a kid.
I'm so glad he didn't, have children.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's a blessing. It's such a miracle. He had some wacky...
We could have, Lord... I swear to God, he would name his kid this, Lord Limbaugh. We could have a Lord Limbaugh trying to run for president right now. We definitely could, but he didn't breed, so...
Beliefs about rape. Here he is struggling to understand the concept of consent in the context of sexual activity.
The only thing that matters in American sexual mores today is one thing. You can do anything. The left will promote and understand and tolerate anything as long as there is one element.
What is it?
Do you know what it is?
No, tell me.
Consent.
Yeah.
If there is consent
Yeah.
on both or all three or all four, however many are involved in the sex act, it's perfectly fine, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But if the left ever senses and smells that there's no consent in
Why are you
part of
talking
the
like that,
equation,
sir?
then here come the rape police. But
Yeah.
consent is the magic key.
Yes.
Yes, you better seek consent. Otherwise, the rape police, otherwise known as the police, will come and get you. One time when it seemed like Limbaugh may experience a real consequence of flapping his big mouth was in 2011, when Georgetown law student Sandra Fluke testified before a congressional committee about the importance of including birth control on the list of preventative care covered by the then nascent Affordable Care Act.
What does it say about the college co-ed Susan Fluke, who goes before a congressional committee and essentially says that she must be paid to have sex? What does that make her? It makes her a slut, right?
Ugh.
Makes her a prostitute. She wants to be paid to have sex. Ms. Fluke, and the rest of you feminazis, here's the deal. If we are going to pay for your contraceptives and thus pay for you to have sex, we want something for it. And I'll tell you what it is.
It's so fucking
We
dumb.
want you to post the videos online so we can all watch.
Okay, fine. Having medication paid for means that you are getting paid for whatever the medication is needed. By that logic, whoever his insurance company was paying for him to smoke cigars when he was dying of lung cancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Following this incident, more than 20 advertisers fled from Limbaugh's show, but like most things that advertisers do, it was kind of full of shit because once the controversy died down, they came back.
Yet another reminder that corporations are not your friends.
Limbaugh ended up issuing a sarcastic non-apology apology that he posted on his website and read on his radio program days later. In it, he mocks the controversy around the snafu and concludes it by sarcastically propositioning Fluke and encouraging her to dress more like Callista Gingrich.
A weird person to be horny for. Fun fact, he played Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes in the background of that excruciating read, and Gabriel sued him over it.
Love that for him. When confronted about his incendiary rhetoric, Limbaugh always had a playbook. He would claim that he was just joking. This is known as the pussy way to handle being called out for saying something fucked up, rather than owning what he was saying, which at least requires balls, Limbaugh would shrink back into plausible deniability and claim that people who didn't like what he was saying simply could not understand jokes.
I can think of a few conservative figures who rely on this Schrodinger's joke method of avoiding accountability.
I can think of a few ex-boyfriends who relied on this. But let's not forget about the racism. Limbaugh had a lot of stupid things to say about black people, too. He once told a caller to his radio show to take the bone out of your nose and call me back.
Oh, Jesus.
Despite this long documented history of being a braying bigot, in 2003, somebody at ESPN decided it'd be a good idea to hire him as a commentator on Sunday NFL Countdown. I'm picturing him just working as hard as he can to suppress his racism so that he wouldn't piss off the wrong executive. But that effort only lasted until week 4 of the season, when Limbaugh had this to say about Eagles starting quarterback Donovan McNabb.
I think the sum total of what you're all saying is that Donovan McNabb is regressing. He's going backwards. I'm sorry to say this, I don't think he's been that good from the get-go. I think what we've had here is a little social concern in the NFL. I think the media has been very desirous that a black quarterback do well. For instance, black coaches and black quarterbacks doing well. I think there's a little hope invested in McNabb, and he got a lot of credit for the performance of this team that he really didn't deserve.
As a Go Birds household, ruh-roh.
These comments did not go over well with the people who were not sitting at the desk alongside Rush Limbaugh that day. Donovan McNabb, who 100% could have and probably should have kicked Rush Limbaugh's ass, had a problem with it.
As did black journalists and Democratic politicians. Limbaugh resigned from the job days later, and ESPN called the remarks insensitive and inappropriate.
Limbaugh's comment about McNabb was also a great example of how racism makes you sound like a stupid fucking bitch. Donovan McNabb had an incredible season that year. He played in the Pro Bowl. His team, the Eagles, went 12-4. And since McNabb's career, black quarterbacks have become more and more dominant in the NFL. By 2017, all 32 NFL teams had at least one black quarterback on the roster. And in early 2025, half of the starting quarterbacks in the league were black for the first time.
Once again, Rush Limbaugh was dumb and wrong. In 2009, Limbaugh tried to stick his nose into the NFL again, joining a group that planned on bidding on the St. Louis Rams as a limited partner.
But then people were like, what the fuck? This racist piece of shit? And the group bidding on the Rams dropped him before moving forward with their bid, citing the fact that Limbaugh's involvement caused complications. Among the complications were resurfaced comments that Limbaugh had made about football games resembling gang wars between the Crips and Bloods.
One of the things that is going around out there is that black NFL players will boycott playing the game if I am an owner in the league, which, of course, is patently absurd. But this is being reported, and it's designed to affect the outcome of all of this.
You know, Alyssa, something tells me that the appeal of bidding on an NFL franchise was that Limbaugh kind of always wanted to feel like he owned some black people. Hysteria is brought to you by Article. Now, I'm a big Article fan. People who listen to this podcast or watch us on YouTube probably know that. My most recent Article items that I've added to my home are the Meha chairs. They're these dining chairs that have like a dark walnut. They have black leather seats and a kind of mid-century modern design. I love them so much. They look great at my dining table. They fit under it neatly to conserve space. The delivery was amazing. The customer service was great. I have never, ever once had a hiccup with Article delivery, and I've had like 5 different items delivered to my house. Article makes it effortless to create a stylish, long-lasting home at an unbeatable price. There are curated collections for every style. Article offers a curated range of mid-century modern, coastal, and Scandi-inspired pieces that not only shine on their own, but they also pair seamlessly with nearly any other Article product. This thoughtful design approach makes it incredibly easy to mix and match, helping you create a space that feels cohesive and stylish. Article offers quality without compromise. It takes great care in curating its collection, focusing solely on high-quality
impressionist, and he's about as funny as a dad getting kicked out of a middle school volleyball game.
According to his website, Shanklin has written over 1,300 parody songs, including many that got famous on Limbaugh's radio show after he joined forces with the host in the early 1990s.
Here's an excerpt from one of his many works, Banking Queen, a parody of ABBA's Dancing Queen, except written about former U.S. Representative Barney Frank Here are some sample lyrics. You can build, you can buy, any house our heart desires. Zero down financing, I am the banking queen.
You know, those lyrics are such a long, boring walk to get to the punchline, which is like Barney Frank is gay. Ha ha ha.
Yes.
Get
Everybody
it?
knew.
Queen, up, there we go. Shanklin's most noteworthy collaboration with Limbaugh was a 2007 parody song called Barack the Magic Negro, wherein Shanklin impersonated the Reverend Al Sharpton, lamenting the appeal of then upstart Illinois Senator Barack Obama. The title of the piece was not a Limbaugh original creation. It was taken from the title of an op-ed published in the Los Angeles Times, but I digress.
This is 12-year-old boy farting into a tape recorder level humor, but the idiots who listened to Rush Limbaugh slurped this slop up. It's set to the tune of Puff the Magic Dragon, and I cannot believe Peter, Paul, and Mary didn't sue for copyright infringement.
They absolutely should have. Barack the Magic Negro was such a hit among the AM radio dipshit crew that it even played a role in shaping Republican politics. Yeah, in early 2009, Chip Saltzman...
Chip Saltzman? Come on.
It's a great name. Chip Saltzman was forced to withdraw from the race to run the Republican National Committee when it came to light that for Christmas in 2008, he'd gifted his friends a Paul Shanklin CD containing the track Barack the Magic Negro.
Imagine being gifted a political parody CD in 2008. I would be furious.
Imagine being gifted a political parody CD in 2008 containing songs that were at least a year old.
But in Republican politics, jokes don't get old.
They sure don't. That's why the MAGA crowd is still laughing at "I identify as a toaster" jokes and proclaiming that their pronouns are "kiss my ass." They were cracking up to "Honey Badger don't give a fuck" for like 6 years. Republicans repeat jokes like they repeat trickle-down economics. Even if it didn't work the last 10 times they tried it, it might work this time.
Limbaugh was not without his vices.
In 2003, a former housekeeper for Limbaugh told investigators, and then the National Enquirer, that she'd been supplying her ex-employer with thousands of pills and that Rush was being investigated for his participation in a South Florida drug ring. The conservative hardliner who had previously advocated for tougher anti-drug enforcement on his radio show was hoovering up the opioids OxyContin and hydrocodone like a fat anteater. On October 10th, 2003, unable to deny reality for any longer, Limbaugh admitted to his audience that immediately after his broadcast, he'd be entering rehab for 30 days. After that, the state seized his prescription records and found that he'd obtained at least 2,000 pills from doctors over the previous 6 months.
Erin, that's a horse-killingly large number of pills.
Yes, it is. Prosecutors alleged that he'd obtained these pills by doctor shopping, or going from physician to physician, seeking overlapping prescriptions with the intent of gorging his gullet with those sweet, sweet opioids.
Sounds like a pretty serious amount of drugs. What ended up happening to him?
The gentlest little slap on the wrist. After a 2-year investigation, Limbaugh surrendered himself at the Palm Beach County Jail on one single felony charge. The charge was concealing information to obtain prescription drugs. He posted a $3,000 bail and entered a not guilty plea. Eventually, prosecutors and Limbaugh's legal team agreed that the charge would be dismissed after 18 months if he met a series of conditions, like continuing addiction treatment, submitting to random drug tests, giving up his guns temporarily, and paying $30,000 to reimburse the county for the costs of the investigation into his pill popping.
What a punishment.
Yeah, pretty bad stuff.
It's like jaywalking.
I know. I mean, and to make matters even wilder, after he complied with these conditions, charges were dropped, which meant that Limbaugh, who was caught illegally obtaining 2,000 pills through fraudulent means, did not serve prison time and did not have a felony on his record. You know, Alyssa, this reminds me of one of my favorite anecdotes about the dumbest Nazi, Hermann Göring.
Always interested to learn of a very dumb Nazi.
Yeah, so during World War II, Hermann Göring was the head of the Nazi Luftwaffe, which is a very cute-sounding name for a very not cute thing, the Nazi Air Force. Göring, like Limbaugh, was a pill fiend. He was such a prolific pill fiend that at one point he was redirecting the entire German supply of an opiate called paracodeine to himself.
Okay. If Limbaugh had had more time to suck up to the Sacklers, do you think he could have cornered the market on Oxy?
Yes. I feel like if Oxy were still being produced today and if Limbaugh had not croaked, they would all just be going directly to his house.
Okay, so more serious question. How do we know Rush Limbaugh wasn't selling the pills? I mean, 2,000 pills in 6 months? Who could possibly take that many?
We don't know. The system is unfair and it lets rich people get off easy. There's no evidence that he was, but you know, that's a lot of pills. That's a lot of pills. And Rush Limbaugh's pharmaceutical foibles weren't done. In July 2006, Limbaugh went away on a boys' weekend to the Dominican Republic. And on his return to the States in a private plane, customs officers found a bottle of Viagra in his luggage, prescribed in the name of another man, Stephen Strumwasser. This is a no-no for international travel, especially for a guy who had faced a drug charge.
The Smoking Gun got hold of a passenger manifest from the trip and reported that Limbaugh had in his possession 2,900 milligram Viagra pills. Later, Limbaugh claimed that the Viagra had been prescribed for his, quote, exclusive use, and that Strumwasser was his doctor. You see, Limbaugh had the drugs prescribed in a different name, quote, to protect my privacy, given the embarrassing nature of Viagra.
More embarrassing than having erectile dysfunction is getting caught with dick don't work pills on your way back from an all dudes trip to a known sex tourism destination. Like, yuck.
Yuck. Thus far, it probably seems like Limbaugh is impossible to knock down, like a giant weeble. But he did experience quite a bit of failure in his life. Dude was making about $85 million per year pretending to care about issues that impact regular blue-collar Americans. But his success had some pretty clear limits.
One of the main limits was that people didn't really like looking at him. Mean but true. The Rush Limbaugh TV show only lasted a few years in the 90s, blazing onto the scene with much fanfare, but fizzling out as audiences realized that watching Rush Limbaugh on TV took more of a commitment than listening to him while driving between roadside murders.
They're like, the real crime is you're ugly and boring.
On a long-haul trucking route.
He simply was not interested.
Yeah, why do you look like that? You're such a suit dummy.
Interesting to watch. Everything he understood about his brand of Klan Morning Zoo
He's like, I'm a young Mr. Burns.
radio didn't work on a visual medium.
Another area in which Rush Limbaugh failed a lot was in actually embodying the idealized vision of masculinity he pushed on his listeners. The sort of patriarchal idea was probably more of a regurgitation of what he heard around the dinner table than an honest reflection of his own beliefs, if he even had his own beliefs. Even though Rush bled with desire to please his father, he simply was not built to be the sort of stern patriarch his dad exemplified.
Let's talk about Rush's marriages for a second. His first wife, Roxy, was a secretary at a Kansas City radio station. Rush was 26 when the two were married and 29 when Roxy filed for divorce on the grounds of incompatibility.
Rush married his second wife, Michelle, in 1983. She'd been an usherette at the Kansas City Royal Stadium. Why does every job have to have a girl name? She could just be an usher.
She's an usher.
Whatever. But this was back when Rush had basically failed out of radio and had given up to work at a sales job. Michelle left Rush during Christmas weekend in 1988. Their divorce was finalized in 1990.
You gotta be pretty ripshit to blow up your marriage on Christmas weekend, but I guess Michelle wasn't starting off 1989 with that fat albatross around her neck. So his first two marriages and divorces happened basically before his career had even gotten legs.
Exactly. Wife number 3 was a Florida aerobics instructor named Marta Fitzgerald, who, according to reports, he met on the internet in 1990.
1990, on the internet, Rush must have been a true pioneer of the World Wide Web, which only debuted in late '89.
I guess. Before Marta met Rush, she too had been married and divorced twice, and she had 2 children from her previous relationships. Apparently, she and Rush's love blossomed, and in 1994, the two were married at the home of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas.
Oh my God. Are you fucking
Thomas
serious?
officiated the ceremony.
Conservatives.
James Carville and Mary Matlin were in attendance.
That also weirdly tracks. More than a decade after their 2004 divorce, Marta wrote a self-help book called
Republican Marriage, oversaw by Clarence Thomas. Da, 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 da. Rapid Shriver suddenly. Stop this now. How do I stop this now? Let's go. Jesus Christ, what made you think that this music was okay? What made you stop this now? What made you to stop this now? Stop this now. Stop this now. Stop this now. I don't really understand what's happening. My computer is out of the exit game. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I really don't know. Try again. Piece of shit software developer.
What It Looks Like, which is currently unavailable on Amazon, so take it right off your book club list.
After his third divorce, Rush stayed single for a few years before marrying a woman in her early 30s named Catherine in 2010. I'm sure she was in love with him for his personality. Catherine inherited Limbaugh's garish Palm Beach mansion after he died.
Congrats, girl, you did it. You landed the gold digger triple axle.
So for those keeping score at home, despite being such a simp for the patriarchy, Rush Limbaugh was not a patriarch. He was married 4 times. He had 0 children, even with the aid of his doctor's Viagra prescription.
Which is honestly fine. Rush Limbaugh seems like he would have been a crappy dad. And the fact that he didn't bring children into the world and subject them to whatever intricate constellation of shame and fear he had that led to his myriad addictions and vices, that is probably a good thing.
Well, Rush's brother David did do the whole lawyer patriarch thing. David is still married to his original wife, and the two have 5 kids together. Maybe David should have been the one named Rush III. Rush Limbaugh was also an utter failure at taking care of that precious vessel that was his body. He performatively puffed on cigars and was an unapologetic former cigarette smoker. He ridiculed the notion that the government should regulate tobacco at all. Here he is claiming against medical evidence that secondhand smoke doesn't cause cancer.
Secondhand smoke kills more than 600,000 people worldwide every year, according to a new study. They found 40% of children and more than 30% of non-smoking men and women regularly breathe in secondhand smoke. I mean, this is pure bunk. All of this is just a crock. I look at this kind of stuff. This debate's been going on for 30 years. I don't know how many people have been around secondhand smoke all their lives. This is just... It's all lies. It's what the left does. Lies about our light bulbs, lies about global warming, and now lies about this. All for the express purpose
What have light bulbs got to
of
do with
ending
it?
up controlling people's lives.
Oh, he's mad about LED light bulbs.
You know, take it from me, a guy that flunked out of college after 2 semesters who's been going over these science studies. I know what I'm talking about. Limbaugh further claimed that there was no proof that nicotine was addictive or that smoking caused cancer or emphysema, among other scientifically illiterate but discomfort-alleviating statements he'd make over his long career of yapping. Another way Limbaugh failed to live up to the idealized version of masculinity he preached to his fans was that he was not a healthy or robust man. In fact, he frequently relied on the expertise of the sort of scientific elites he's implicitly derided on his show to save.
My people are no strangers to voices from below, but this radiant song is different.
It's being heard all across. The council doesn't know what to make of it.
What?
There must be someone who does. I'll let you know what I find.
Valeria. It's been too long, old friend.
Good to see you, Khadgar. Doing well?
As well as can be expected. How's the family?
I haven't... It's better if I keep my distance.
Of course. The void. That would be... Actually, your connection to the void is why I asked you here. We still don't know what this dark heart relic is capable of. But we do know it's in the hands of someone called the Harbinger. Who they are and what they intend to do remains a mystery. Which is why I need your help.
To hunt down a dangerous foe we know nothing about. Honestly, I could use the distraction.
Same old Valeria. Void or no void. I didn't mean to,
See you soon, Khadgar. Dark heart in hand.
Where's the Khadgar whiskers?
We did it! Our future is secured!
Tell me, little one.
ever questioned why the Titans preserve this timeline?
The Titans safeguard our world from monsters like you!
Your faith means nothing to them. As you burn in the flames of my brother's wrath, they will not come. All they wanted was our world. With this, the Harbinger will pry it from their grasp. And when the Titans come to reclaim their prize, I will be waiting.
Man, I don't care about this. I don't care about this. So, oh, this is a low-level quest? Wait, this is a low-level quest? I wasn't trying to do it? Okay. What? Legion Fall, Shadows of Vargas. Oh, no, I guess I'm done. I'm, like, done. Okay, so now... Okay. I don't know. There's, like, more quest stuff that I haven't done. Telogris Rift. Okay. I mean, I don't care. I don't care. I didn't really like this expansion that much. This was my least favorite expansion. The War Within. I guess. I can always just keep moving the quest forward or whatever. Now you're taking me back to Legion, but I don't care about Legion. I don't care about the Telogris Rift. I don't care about this. So, but when I pull quests in Legion, I'm not doing the Legion campaign. I'm talking about, no, I'm done. I'm, like, done. I'm done with this game. Goodbye. Bye. Poof. I want to sit on PvP games, I guess. Which is kind of annoying. I have a thirst for PvP. I always have. It's fucking annoying. I'd rather go on Overwatch and heal than do some World of Warcraft. I guess I could heal on that monk for PvP. And it would be entertaining. But I also don't think World of Warcraft is that entertaining.
Save his ass.
Like in 2001 when he received a cochlear implant to save his hearing. One of his specialists said that she couldn't rule out the possibility that his opioid addiction had contributed to his hearing loss. But thanks to modern science, brought to you by government grants and years of sacrifice of academics devoted to studying the world around them, Limbaugh got to keep his hearing.
In 2014, he got another cochlear implant in his other ear and credited God for the improvement that medical science had provided to him.
So he can still hear, but he was completely deaf from all those pills that he ate. Man, I didn't trash my body, not like that. I gotta say, I did not trash my body with... I did trash my body with drugs, but not like he did.
Of course, Limbaugh was a total simp for Donald Trump. And can you blame him? It's kind of like looking in a mirror, a circus mirror, but a mirror regardless. It's hard to ignore the similarities between Limbaugh and the 45th and 47th President of the United States.
Limbaugh loved Trump's rhetoric around deportation, cutting environmental regulation, and punching down. Actually, when I saw that clip of Limbaugh impersonating Michael J. Fox's Parkinson's tremors, I was kind of reminded of this clip of Donald Trump mocking a disabled reporter.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Maybe that's what I said. This is 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
You know what? I'm gonna brightside that video. When you compare his level of liveliness and apparent health in that video to like what we're seeing today,
he was much more dynamic.
There's been a bit of a decline. Hashtag HopeCorps.
On January 20th, 2020, doctors diagnosed Limbaugh with lung cancer, which by his own pronouncements should have been impossible. In the past, he'd sneered to his millions of listeners that tobacco, quote, takes 50 years to kill people if it does. Limbaugh was Trump's guest at the State of the Union the day after Limbaugh announced his diagnosis. At the speech, the then president announced that he would be awarding Limbaugh the Presidential Medal of Freedom, thus single-handedly eliminating the significance of the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Previous recipients of the award include Duke Ellington, Jonas Salk, Martin Luther King Jr., and Arthur Ashe.
To be fair, there have been some turds who received the medal as well, like Henry Kissinger, Strom Thurmond, Ellen DeGeneres, although she's not on the Strom Thurmond level, and Margaret Thatcher. The COVID pandemic blew up shortly thereafter, and of course, Rush Limbaugh was a stupid bitch about that too. Right after the number of cases started picking up in the U.S., Limbaugh mocked public health officials' concerns.
The coronavirus being weaponized as yet another element to bring down Donald Trump. Now, I want to tell you the truth about the coronavirus. The coronavirus is the common cold, folks. The drive-by media hype of this thing as a pandemic, as the Andromeda strain, as, oh my God, if you get it, you're dead. Do you know what I think the survival rate is 98%. 98% of people get the coronavirus survive. It's a respiratory system virus. It probably is a Chi-Com laboratory experiment that is in the process of being weaponized. All superpower nations weaponize bio.
That's such a gross thing to be like, well, only 2% of people die. Well, what about the people that get it seriously? What do their lives look like?
The portable morgue trucks in New York City tell a somewhat different story.
This was despite the fact that he was a stage 4 cancer patient trying to live with a severely depressed immune system. But you know what, Rush? Whatever. Do what you want.
By October of 2020, doctors had proclaimed Limbaugh's illness terminal, which should have been impossible given the fact that, according to him, smoking doesn't cause cancer.
Still, Limbaugh was a metaphorical cancer on American society until literal cancer itself got him. In the waning days of the 2020 presidential campaign, he hosted a virtual rally for Donald Trump. Trump was recovering from a serious bout of COVID-19 that had resulted in his hospitalization. Both men who never wanted for anything in their spoiled lives found a lot to complain about. Limbaugh's time on this mortal coil was drawing to a close, but there was still plenty to be wrong about. His post-January 6th broadcasts were classic Limbaugh, a confident, bombastic dumbass who was wrong about things like election integrity, the nature of the deadly January 6th riots. He blamed the Democrats for what Trump had incited and stoked. He also did this from the comfort of his studio, which was just down the road from his $50 million Palm Beach mansion. To the very end, a ghoul insulated from the consequences of his rhetoric, but not from the consequences of his choices.
Limbaugh claimed that the plan of the Biden campaign all along was to install Kamala Harris as president days after his swearing in. He lived long enough to see himself be wrong about that too, but not much longer. Limbaugh died of lung cancer on February 17th, 2021, at age 70. An insane waste of life from a man descended from a grandfather who had been a brilliant lawyer until he was nearly 104 years old.
Yeah, it's called wasting your genes, buddy. When Limbaugh passed, Florida Governor Meatball Ron DeSantis ordered flags in America's capital of invasive boa constrictors and geriatric chlamydia to be lowered to half staff, much like Rush Limbaugh's penis without the aid of illegal Viagra.
R.I.P. Rush, you would have loved pretending you weren't on Ozempic.
R.I.P. Rush, you would have loved heated rivalry. Something I've seen passed around about Limbaugh since he died that I agree with is that nobody seems to miss him as a human being. He was influential, but nobody really talks about what kind of a guy he was, because he was a shitty, vacuous shell of a person who only cared about indulging his addictions, who only made the world worse. He's the biggest influence on the meanest, loneliest old man you know, the patron saint of dads whose kids won't talk to them anymore, and the unattractive Fox News-obsessed married manager who gets drunk and hits on the interns at the company holiday party.
Was he funny? No. Was he attractive? No. Was he interesting? Also no. Was he wrong?
Like
Almost
me. Nope.
always. But he was also a star, because at any given time, about 1/3 of the country saw themselves in him.
So there you have it, Alyssa. Rush Limbaugh. How would you rate him on our matrix of fucking guys?
I have to say, I think he's just a reckless dumbass and an opportunist. What do you think?
I find that if somebody is in the public eye for a very long time, if they start as an opportunist, the arc of history bends them toward true believing zealot. Like, they start to, like, get high on their own supply.
I guess you're right.
Literally and figuratively. I think he started out being a opportunist, and then eventually who you pretend to be becomes who you are. So be careful who you pretend to be, you know?
All right. Well, thank God I just pretend to be me. And that about wraps up the time we have for this episode of This Fucking Guy. If you like what you've seen, hit subscribe, share with your friends, and leave us a comment if you've got an idea for a future fucking guy we should spotlight.
Thank you, by the way, for getting us to 500,000 subscribers.
Yes.
Let's let 2026 be the year we make it to 1 million plus. Sky's the limit, guys. This episode was written by me with an assist from Melissa Mastromonaco. Claire Fogarty is Hysteria's associate producer. All the rest of our credits, as well as links to our sources like Bob Moser's posthumous Rolling Stone roast of Limbaugh, can be found in our show notes. Take care, be well. Remember that you can't say something doesn't cause cancer just because you like it.
And fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Okay, I'm gonna try and actually win here. Nice. Tank's dead. Wow. Any particular reason why you ran out?